Evening. Thank you all for joining us. We'll be calling this meeting to order. Please find your seats. Before we begin, I'd like to read the city's land acknowledgement. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather, and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood, is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrieleño Tongva and the Gabrieleño Quiche peoples. I'm calling the August 4th, 2025 City Council meeting to order. It is 6:05 p.m. And I know we have a very special guest. Will Nicolette Chase please come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job. May we please have a roll call, City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Hello.
Councilmember Hang.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Here.
Mayor Byers.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. May we please have a report of our closed session tonight, City Attorney?
Yes, good evening. The City Council convened a closed session at 5:30 this evening. There were no members of the public here to speak on the closed session agenda. The City Council discussed 3 matters of existing litigation and took no reportable action. The closed session concluded at 6 p.m. Thank you very much. That concludes my report.
Thank you. We'll move on to the approval of the agenda tonight. City Clerk, are there any changes on tonight's agenda from staff?
There are no changes from staff, Mayor.
Terrific. And for my colleagues, any changes? We'll begin with Councilmember Erickson. Over to you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to start with item D1, the commercial districts.
Moving that to consent.
Wonderful. D2, the marketing support agreement for the Emerald Village item. I know you had a full discussion while I was gone, so wonderful. I was gonna see if we could move F1. Nope, okay. And I'm thinking not to F2 as well. No? Okay, F2? Great. Wonderful. I was wondering if we could move F3, the bylines, by narratives in film, TV, and the arts panel. I was going to wonder if we could do Circa, the co-sponsorship event of the LGBTQ Histories Festival. Great. I'm going to keep it going, Madam Mayor, if I may. I was going to ask if we could move, sorry, that one's mine. The F9, the flag policy and display progress flag. And tonight I won't try to move my own items if other people want to.
Are there any other suggestions?
Could we move F5, F6, F7, and F8?
I'm fine with all those.
We could keep it on the
Let's keep
agenda.
it on.
If
Sure.
you have a comment, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Great.
But otherwise, so F9 is the only thing staying from.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. Seeing no other changes, City Clerk, are you following everything we just moved here?
Yes, so we are moving D1,
Yep.
D2, F2, F3, F4, F5, F6, F7, and F8 to the consent calendar. Okay. Do we have a motion to approve tonight's? So we have a motion from Vice Mayor Heilman, second by Councilmember Erickson. And the motion passes 5-0.
And do we have any Levine Act disclosures from the agenda? My colleagues tonight?
I have none.
No.
Mayor.
Okay. Seeing none, we are all set then. We'll move on to adjournment motions. And I know for members of the public, the beginning of the agenda moves quickly, but we do have a number of adjournment motions tonight, in addition to a special presentation, and then we'll get on to our regular presentations and public comment. But first, we'll begin with adjournment motions, and I'll begin as my colleagues prepare. And first, I ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Blake Ackerman. We mourn the tragic loss of Blake Ackerman, who was killed on July 10th in a hit-and-run accident while cycling on Fountain Avenue. The people who knew Blake have shared how he was a kind and vibrant and full of limitless potential. They say Blake was an exceptional person with a contagious smile and personality, truly a bright, rising star full of life and positivity. He was deeply involved in his community and an active contributor to making the world a brighter place from his time as a student body president at Beverly Hills High School, a vice president at the University of Southern California, as a lawyer and as an advocate, where he worked as a senior editor for the Loyola Law Review and co-founded an organization working to end the school-to-prison pipeline. Truly a remarkable individual. The Ghost Bike Memorial for Blake and the vigil and the march to City Hall were among many powerful testaments to the impact of his story, and I know there is more that will be shared about Blake. I also know that the nature of Blake's death has fueled shockwaves, sadness, anger, and deep frustration. It reminds us of the too many lives taken on our streets and the mountain of work ahead to make our community safer for all. I know I've witnessed a new level of passion for this work to transform our cities, and I believe this work will be rooted in the care, love, and compassion that we honor in Blake. Thank you. I'll move to my colleagues, and we'll start on the end of the dais and go this way.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to read some notes from Blake's friend, Max Geschwin. Blake graduated USC in 2020, where he served in the undergraduate student government, first as a senator during his sophomore year, and then as student body vice president during junior year. He received his JD from Loyola Law in 2023, where he was an editor at Loyola's Law Review and a member of the Jewish Law Students Association. While in college, he co-founded a human rights advocacy group dedicated to prison education and the prison to school pipeline. He clerked for Judge Clyde J. Wadsworth of the Hawaii Intermediate Court of Appeals from 2023 to 2025 and served as judicial extern to Judge Autumn D. Spaeth of the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California in 2021. He moved back to LA earlier this year to be a litigation associate in the Morgan Lewis Century City office. Blake was an exceptional person with a contagious smile and welcoming personality, full of life and positivity to everyone he interacted with. Always eager to help others in need through his advocacy work or just as he was going about his day. He was a devoted brother, son, grandson, and uncle in waiting. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Tom Troop. Tonight, we adjourn in honor of Tom Troop, a prolific stage and screen actor whose remarkable career spanned over 6 decades. Tom appeared in iconic television series such as Star Trek, Mission Impossible, Cheers, and Murder, She Wrote. He was a devoted theater artist. He frequently performed in powerful stage productions like The Lion in Winter, The Gin Game, and Father's Day, often alongside his late wife, actress Carol Cook. In 2002, they became the first husband and wife duo to receive the LA Ovation Award for Career Achievement, celebrating their lasting impact on theater. Tom and Carol were also longtime residents of West Hollywood in the West Hollywood West area. Tom passed away at his home in Beverly Hills on July 20th at the age of 97. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Heilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I would request that we adjourn in memory of David Edizade. David was a passionate advocate, a legal advocate, a beloved member of the West Hollywood community. He was born in Tehran. He moved to the Bay Area and later attended UC Davis and then UCLA Law School. Even as a student, he was deeply involved in activism. He worked on tenants' rights. He was one of the volunteer attorneys at CES's Tenants' Rights Clinic. He worked for UC divestment from apartheid South Africa. In 1983, David moved to Ogden Drive in West Hollywood, and that became a hub for ACT UP, and he was a very passionate advocate in ACT UP, but also on a number of other LGBTQ plus issues. He served as a legal advocate for ACT UP, as well as his tenants' rights work. He was a very good friend to many people, and I was one of his friends back in the day because he was very involved in the campaign for cityhood, as well as in the early days of West Hollywood. I want to extend our condolences to his family and to his friends. We honor his legacy of service to our community.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I have 2 adjournments tonight. First, I would like to adjourn in memory of Marty Margolis. I would like to adjourn tonight's memory in memory of Marty Margolis, 92, a beloved husband and best friend of Suzanne Neroy for 45 wonderful years, loving father of Tracy, longtime West Hollywood resident Jody, Carrie, Matthew, and Michael, cherished papa of Isabel, Luke, and Madeline, and devoted son of late Rose and Irving, and a dear brother of the late Millie Dick. A warm and engaging person who naturally drew others to him, Marty created a legacy of extended family and friends who treasured him. Regardless of who you were, Marty saw you and welcomed you for however long you were there, minutes, even, or years. In addition to a successful career in real estate, Marty loved coaching his children's baseball and soccer teams. He enjoyed playing tennis, racquetball, and took up skiing at midlife. He was also a proud member of the Running Hearts Club. Marty was a loyal Bears fan and Cubs fan, and I'm saying that as a Packers fan myself, so thank you, Jody, for putting that in here, but specifically going back to the days where he played at Wrigley Field. He carefully planned family vacations and camping trips, including many to national parks. Marty brought joy, laughter, and warmth to everyone he met. He will be dearly missed, and we're sending all of our love to his longtime daughter, Jody. Additionally, I would like to adjourn in memory of Jewel Tice Williams, a pioneer in the community. Tonight, we adjourn in her memory, an icon, a healer, a freedom fighter who passed away July 7th at the age of 86. Jewel was best known as the founder and owner of Catch One, a legendary nightclub that opened in 1973 and became a safe haven for Black LGBTQ Angelenos when very few places would welcome them, including this own city. She created not just a nightclub, but a movement, a place, a refugee of resistance and radical joy. Through disco, community organizing, and sheer courage, she broke barriers in nightlife, public health, and civil rights. She didn't just stop at the dance floor, though. She earned a master's in Oriental medicine and ran the Village Health Foundation, offering care to those often overlooked by the healthcare system. She believed in healing in every sense of the word. Whether she was serving up shots at Catch or acupuncture on Pico, Jewel's life was about liberation. She lifted up Black and brown queer folks, women, people living with HIV, and anyone pushed to the margin. Her legacy runs deep, and she inspired a generation of queer and trans activists, artists, and change makers, and she made LA and the world just more than joyful, but she made it more free. On behalf of the entire city of West Hollywood, we honor Jewel Tice Williams. We thank her. We remember that addicting smile of hers every time she lit up the room, and we remember her and carry her spirit forward. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Hing.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to respectfully offer several adjournment motions this evening. It's been a particularly difficult time, and it's with a heavy heart that I bring forward these motions in memory of several individuals our community has recently lost. Mayor, I'd like to begin by requesting that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of my dear uncle, Peter Dang, who passed away on June 11th. Uncle Peter was born in Vietnam in 1954 and came to the United States at the age of 26 in search of a better life. He was the eldest of 3 siblings and helped pave the way for the rest of his family. He later married my Aunt Janet, and together they raised my cousin John, who was born in 1990. Uncle Peter worked in electronics for many years, and he later served as a translator for the CDC. He was fluent in Chinese and Vietnamese and his work allowed him to help others, something he loved very deeply. It was the perfect fit for him. He found much joy in the simple things in life: Chinese music, singing, soccer, long walks with his beloved furry dog, Miko, and one of the highlights of his life was returning to China to see the Great Wall. Uncle Peter lived with quiet strength and unwavering kindness. He never asked for much, but he gave so much to those around him. On behalf of the Deng family, thank you for allowing me the space to honor his memory tonight. And Mayor, I'd also like to request that we adjourn tonight in memory of Darren John Brown, who was a resident of West Hollywood who passed away from this life on June 15th at the age of 53. Darren was a gentle soul with a heart as big as his laughter. Darren was best known for his unwavering kindness, infectious smile, and deep love for all living things, especially his beloved furry, all living beings, especially his beloved furry children, Gracie Lou and Lucy Lou. He had a magical way of connecting with every dog he encountered. Darren's presence could light up a room. His compassion was deep, touching the lives of countless friends and family members with the quiet gestures of thoughtfulness, loyalty, and unconditional love. Whether through a well-timed phone call, a warm hug, or his perfectly timed wit, Darren made everyone feel seen, valued, and cherished. He was a kind man who always remembered birthdays, gave the most thoughtful gifts and cards, and showed up when it mattered most. To know him was to be loved by him, and that love will remain etched in the hearts of all who knew him. Darren is survived by his loving, cherished siblings, Colette Brown, Rochelle Carter, Carissa Herring, Brianna Miller, Allison Brown, Janae Riggs, Caitlin Weiss, and Jed Brown. He also leaves behind a large and loving extended family to include his best friends, Stevie Azevedo, numerous aunts, uncles, cousins, nieces, and nephews, each one touched by his generous spirit and gentle heart. Darren's absence leaves an irreplaceable void, but his legacy of love, laughter, and compassion will live on through those he leaves behind. His gift to the world will be remembered and shared. We extend our deepest condolences to Darren's family. Mayor, my third adjournment motion tonight for this evening is for Carol Mary Bass, the beloved grandmother of our dear Rent Stabilization Commissioner, Adam Bass. Carol Bass passed away on July 24th, 2025 in Kearns, Utah at the remarkable age of 96. Born on Christmas Day in 1928 in Salt Lake City, she lived a long, rich, and meaningful life. Carol was the proud mother of 6 children, grandmother to 17, great, and even great-great-great-grandmother to many more. She was married to the love of her life, Rex Bass, for 62 years until his passing 13 years ago. Carol devoted much of her life to volunteerism and was especially active in the American Legion Auxiliary, where she served with dedication and heart. She was a tireless advocate for veterans and those who served our country. She did a lot of work that touched countless lives over the years. Her legacy is one of service, strength, and deep love. We send our heartfelt condolences to Commissioner Bass and the entire Bass family during this time of loss. May her memory be her blessing. And Mayor, I'd like to offer another adjournment tonight in memory of Chad Campbell, a loving father, husband, designer, and relentless advocate for justice. Chad was born and raised in Ventura County and graduated from Cal State Northridge. He was a successful person with a successful career in design and advertising, most recently as a senior designer at RPA in West LA. In 2007, he and his wife Michelle settled in Santa Clarita, where they raised their daughter Bridget and became active in the community. Chad's political work began in 2010, driven by a desire to counter extremism and promote inclusive, values-driven leadership. He served as a president for the Democratic Alliance for Action, was a board member of the Democratic Party of the San Fernando Valley, and held delegate roles with the California State Party, and he also volunteered on numerous campaigns. He championed reforms such as ranked choice voting, housing justice, environmental protection, and universal health care, always bringing both strategy and heart to the table. Chad was also a founder of Radio Free Santa Clarita and a contributor to the Santa Clarita Valley Proclaimer, elevating local voices and accountability. Tragically, Chad passed away on July 11th in a car accident on Highway 126. He was just 46 years old. He is survived by his wife Michelle and their daughter Bridget, as well as countless friends and colleagues who continue to be inspired by his passion and his integrity. May his memory be a blessing, and may he rest in power. And finally, Mayor, I'd like to close with one more adjournment request in memory of the 3 young Los Angeles County deputy sheriffs who tragically lost their lives on July 18th during a devastating explosion while working in the department's bomb squad unit. Detective Joshua Kelly Eklund, father of 7, Detective Victor Lemus, father of 3, Detective William Osborne, father of 6. They were all esteemed members of the elite Special Enforcement Bureau's Arson Explosives Detail, collectively serving our community with 74 years of dedicated service between them. Their sudden passing is a heartbreaking reminder of the risks our public safety personnel face every day, often behind the scenes to protect our communities. Our heart goes out to their families, loved ones, and the entire Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department during this incredibly difficult time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. It's been a while since we've had a meeting, so I imagine this would be a long list. And I know we have a very special presentation to get to. And first, I'm going to ask our council and our room to acknowledge our Pledge of Allegiance speaker who came out to join us tonight. And we're going to give you a certificate and take a photo with you so you can get on with your evening. Thank you so much for being here with us. Okay, West Hollywood, we are in for a very special presentation. We are so honored and fortunate to be joined by our Congressmember, Laura Friedman, who's been working very hard for us in the community in DC. And we'll have you come up to the podium and deliver your presentation. And thank you so much for being here with us tonight.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. I want to, before I begin, thank each and every one of you for all of your service. As a former city council member, I know how hard you all work. I know what a tough job it is, and I know how incredibly important it is for every single resident that you serve. And I also want to let the people of West Hollywood know that of all the communities I represent, I think that the city council is at the very, very top for your level of engagement and communication with me and my office. You are always quick to reach out whenever WeHo needs anything, whenever you have a position federally, whenever you think that I can be of help. You are very fast to reach out and advocate and to partner with me and my office, and I commend you for that. So thank you for that, and thank you for the partnership. This is my very first legislative update since I've been elected to Congress, so I chose WeHo to be my first place. Thank you. So my focus in Congress has been centered on not just combating the worst that we've seen from the Trump administration and all of the effects that that's having here locally, but also on building a platform to support our priorities here in California. And that includes supporting the wildfire victims. My district is just a few blocks outside of the Altadena fire zone. And been working with the other members of Congress to make sure that we get the relief that we need for those fire victims here. I've been working to protect Medicaid and also working with our business community on economic development. And as you all know, housing has been a long time priority of mine, so working in Congress as best I can, joining the new Build America Caucus and Abundance Caucus to make sure that we have the housing that we need locally and around Los Angeles. And recently I've been working a lot, and my office has been focusing a lot on protecting our immigrant community and others from the ICE raids that we've seen across the Southland and the impacts that that's having, as well as our local businesses on the tariff impacts, which I think we're just starting to see the brunt of as our businesses are dealing with the cost of importing the items that they're using and selling. I have independently introduced 6 of my own bills, and we are working on more, including a housing package. I've just introduced the Restoring Essential Health Care Act, which will restore the Medicaid payments for Planned Parenthood. We've seen that clinics are already shutting down around the country, namely here in California. I believe at least 5 clinics are already shut down due to those cuts. And those clinics provide critical services for reproductive health care. But what people don't realize is that Planned Parenthood also offers a number of vital health care services for communities, particularly in underserved communities like our rural communities, such as cancer screenings, and STD testing, vaccines, all sorts of things that now those communities are going to have trouble accessing. I'm helping, I think that I'm supposed to be clicking. Sorry. There we go. Oh, and we have a visual. I'm helping to lead the No Masks for ICE Act, which would prohibit ICE from hiding their faces and would require them as well. Yeah, thank you. Would require them to be clearly identified with their agency and also their name. Because without transparency, without being able to identify federal agents, we can't have any accountability. And the public needs to know who's arresting people, whether they're real ICE agents, real federal agents, and if the public believes that any law enforcement agent has overstepped their boundaries or violated someone's civil rights, they need to know the identity of that person so that they can try to get redress and try to have their claim looked into. We demand that from local law enforcement, and it shouldn't be any different from our federal agencies. I'm also working on disaster relief bills. I'm proud that my Don't Penalize Victims Act now has bipartisan support. This is a bill that would change FEMA's current practice of when somebody is a fire victim or a victim of a natural disaster, and let's say that their friend set up a GoFundMe account or their church raises money for them. Currently, FEMA can deduct that money from what the victim is due. So those people aren't really raising money for the victims, they're actually raising money for FEMA, and that's not right. So we're going to change that and make sure that charity money goes directly to help victims. I'm also working on a national film tax credit to try to keep our production local and bring film and television production back to California. Like I said, working on several housing bills that we will announce in the upcoming weeks. In terms of WeHo, I've been able to personally request and make great progress in securing millions of dollars of federal investment for West Hollywood. This includes investments in 2 key projects that have been identified and included in the House Appropriations Bill, so glad to say that these projects are included. That would be the Hart Park Improvement Project to improve accessibility in the park by creating new walking paths, stairs, and a parking lot. And the LA County Fire Station Replacement Project, which will relocate and reconstruct Fire Station 8, which is currently over 75 years old, with critical systems that desperately need replacing for the health of the community and the safety of our public safety and fire officials. One thing that's happened recently, and I'm sure you've all heard about it, is, well, first, I've been a longtime advocate for traffic safety and safety of our roads. And you all know that I have worked, going back to my city council days in Glendale, on traffic safety issues, and more recently in the state legislature offering a number of bills to try to make our roads safer for all users, particularly pedestrians and cyclists. And I've been proud to have worked on safe streets as a member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. I've been advocating for fully investing in the Safe Streets for All program and the Safe Routes to Schools program. Both of those are extremely important for local governments to be able to make the upgrades that we need to our infrastructure. Unfortunately, both of those are under threat right now by the current administration. I will keep fighting for them. And you may have heard that HIV prevention programs were basically canceled out by the Trump administration in the last few months. LA County canceled all of their grant funding to any agency that was doing AIDS prevention and STD prevention. I'm proud to have led the effort to bring up awareness to this and rallied with all of you and our local stakeholders, our clinics and our providers to raise the alarm about what this would do to HIV prevention in Los Angeles. And I'm very proud to say that $19.7 million has been restored to LA County in funding for HIV prevention and response. Thank you. So my district has a district office, and we work very, very hard for all of our constituents. I'm proud to say that my casework team has solved over 900 constituent cases since I've been elected and in office in January, returning more than $3 million directly to taxpayers in our district in cases ranging from Social Security issues to immigration. I've attended and held more than 15 town halls across the district and one in Orange County. I have attended numerous rallies and roundtables where I get to meet directly with constituents and stakeholders to answer questions and work to move forward. I have a number of small stakeholder groups and everything from housing to LGBT issues to our API community, just across the board, many different areas of interest for our very diverse community. We have answered more than 90,000 constituent questions from people who call us or write into my office. I have joined over 100 community events around the district, and I've joined more than 550 letters. That's more than one letter a day. It's about 3 letters a day that I have authored or co-authored to various federal agencies, as well as co-sponsoring dozens of pieces of legislation. And I'm just getting started. I've been in office for 6 months. It feels like 6 years with this administration, but it's been the honor of my lifetime. It's been a very tumultuous past 6 months in Congress and in the world, but these are my guiding lights as we close out the rest of the year. I remain committed to fighting for our democracy. We are worth fighting for. We are patriots and we believe in our nation. I have been pushing back every day against the Trump administration's attack on our communities. That is my paramount job, and it means upholding the law and our roles in Congress. Our wildfire victims are still looking for help and answers, and I have been prioritizing them as well as disaster relief now and in the future, not just for Los Angeles, but for Texas and North Carolina and all Americans who are in need of help. Because when our fellow Americans need help, our government, our first role at government is to be there to protect their safety, their lives, and their livelihoods. Defending healthcare access is critical. Now, we have not had a great healthcare system, I believe, in this country. I think that the Covered California made great strides in getting more people access, but this administration is hell-bent on taking that away. They have taken away $3 trillion out of Medicaid, $3 trillion, to move that money over to tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans and largest corporations. They are also taking away the ability for federal money to go into subsidies for the ACA, which means that if you're in the exchanges, I'm in Covered California. If you're in Covered California, unfortunately, you are probably going to see very large premium increases because a lot of our Covered California members receive subsidies that are pass-throughs from the federal government, even if they don't realize it. And so that means that the ACA rates are going to go up. This is going to be a huge impact on our hospitals, our clinics. We are already hearing of major layoffs at our hospital chains up and down the state of California. So this is going to have an impact even on people that have their own amazing private insurance. So defending healthcare access is going to continue to be one of my major areas of focus. And as a former film producer and someone who has seen how Los Angeles suffers when the film and TV industry goes elsewhere, bringing production back is going to continue to be a main driver of mine. Film industry is what brought me and my husband both to California, me from the East Coast, him from France, and we are going to continue to work with federal and local stakeholders to get a national film tax credit to counter what's being done by governments overseas. So I don't know how many slides there are. Oh, that was the last thing I said. You can all read it very quickly. Contact me. You can contact me. You can contact my staff through my offices in Washington, D.C. or Burbank. The information to call in is now on the screen, including my website. It's a great way for members of the committee to share your thoughts with me or to request help from the office. You can also sign up to receive my newsletter through the website. So again, I want to thank you so much for having me here today. I want to thank you for your incredible advocacy, work for the community, and for your partnership. And I want to thank all of West Hollywood, because this is a community that shows up for people who need someone else to show up for them. So thank you, West Hollywood, for just being a great light in the middle of Los Angeles for social justice, for equity, for fairness, for democracy. This is what democracy looks like. So thank you, and if you have any questions, happy to take them.
Thank you so much. Wow, we are so fortunate to have you here. We hear so often the bad news coming out of DC, and for you to be here and deliver all the good news that you're creating, we really appreciate you so much, and for delivering for the residents of West Hollywood. I'll see if my colleagues have any questions. Councilmember Erickson?
I just wanted to take a moment of personal privilege. I remember when we met when you were an assembly member, and then before then when you were running, and you were just a light in the darkness for everything that we're doing. And, you know, I always hate sending our best to DC because we have a lot of problems here in California, but you are literally out there fighting the fight in DC for communities that just don't have a voice or feel voiceless, or, as you said, people are trying to take away their voice. And so just thank you, Congresswoman Friedman, for fighting that fight, because people are coming after elected officials right now in that way, and we know you put yourself at great risk to stand up for a lot of issues, and it goes left unsaid, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, I just want to say, first of all, thank you for your work with the wildfire survivors. Their recovery is just beginning, and it's going to be a very, very long time for them to recover. Also want to thank you for speaking at our No Kings rally. We really appreciate, we know that you are busy and that you could be anywhere, and you chose to come and speak at our rally, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
I was inspired by your rally, so I want to thank you for making that rally such a huge event here in West Hollywood. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hang.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Congresswoman, for winning, because now we have you representing us in our nation's capital. Thank you so much. Thank you for always having an open door and open phone line. For whenever I have a problem with West Hollywood, your phone is always on to pick up my call to help our constituents. So I want to thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hellman.
I'll just add my thanks as well. We've worked together for a while, and I'm just so pleased that you're representing us in DC. Thank you for all of your work.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much. Take down that information should you need her. She will be available. We're so fortunate. Thank you so much. We'll get back to our agenda as planned. We'll move on to presentations for this evening. We have two. I'll turn it over first to Councilmember Erickson for your presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I don't know if the public is aware, but we have a celebrity in the house, and that is Miss Sobriety World 2025. Chanelta, please wave before I say all the great things about you. Tonight, we are recognizing someone whose story is a powerful testament to strength, perseverance, and the beauty of recovery. Chanelta was recently crowned Miss Sobriety World 2025 at the AA International Convention in Vancouver. With over 19 years of sobriety, she has built a life grounded in healing and hope. Her journey continues to inspire countless others in the LGBTQ community and beyond. And this recognition isn't just about a title, it's about her unwavering commitment to service, dedication to creating welcoming spaces for others, and her role as a beacon of resilience in the recovery community. We also want to acknowledge the incredible success of this year's fundraising effort, which led to $22,000 in support of GALA, G-A-L-AA, GALA being raised, the LGBTQ affiliate of AA, and that's more than 4 times what was raised in 2015. You are a light, a joy, and your leadership lifts others up to help make recovery feel possible and beautiful. And on behalf of the City of West Hollywood, it's my absolute pleasure to present you with this certificate of recognition in honor of your title and the inspiration you bring to so many. So please come on up and let us present this to you.
Thank you so much. My name is Danielle. I'm an alcoholic addict. Also, Chanel Couture, your Miss Sobriety World 2025. And I thank you so much for those kind words. And, you know, it truly is a message of hope because I created a lot of my damage in the city of West Hollywood, and now I get to give back. You know, and for people struggling in addiction, it is so important. And this is just one face, a gorgeous one, of what sobriety can look like. But, you know, living in sober living, coming out of prison, starting everything just a few blocks from here, and now I get the privilege of running that treatment center, La Fuente Hollywood Treatment Center, which has given me hope, and it's given me building and being able to give back to so many others that anything is possible. Your biggest dreams are possible here, and I'm so grateful that I get to have that here and give back to the city, and I'm so grateful and honored for this recognition. So thank you so much.
And for our final presentation this evening, I'll pass the microphone to Councilmember Hang.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I have the honor of recognizing an organization that plays a vital role in strengthening our legal system, the Los Angeles Paralegal Association, known as LAPA. As we approach National Paralegal Day on August 6th, we take this important opportunity to acknowledge the critical work that paralegals do behind the scenes to support attorneys, serve clients, uphold the integrity of the legal process. And I'm sure that our city attorney and the many lawyers sitting in this room can appreciate all the work that paralegals do. LAPA has been a cornerstone of the paralegal profession since its founding in 1972. For more than 5 decades, they've provided professional development, educational resources, and a strong network for paralegals across the greater Los Angeles area. Their work not only elevates the profession, but also helps ensure that more people have access to quality legal support and services. On behalf of the City of West Hollywood, it's my pleasure to present the Certificate of Recognition in honor of National Paralegal Day and to thank LAPA for their continued leadership, advocacy, and dedication to justice. At this time, I would like to ask representatives in attendance from LAPA to come up to the dais to accept the certificate and to take a photo with myself and my colleagues. Once we've finished taking the official photographs, you will have the opportunity to address the council and the community at the podium if you wish. Congratulations again.
All right. Honorable Mayor Chelsea Byers, Vice Mayor John Hillman, Council members John Erickson, Lauren Meiser, and Danny Yang. To the citizens of West Hollywood, thank you for a warm welcome. Good evening. My first time here in the chamber was when our dear friend Danny Yang was sworn in as a newly elected council member. As a Filipino Asian American, I was so proud of his achievement as the first Asian American in the City Council of West Hollywood. Wednesday, August 6th is the National Paralegal Day, and this recognition today is extra special for us, the Los Angeles Paralegal Association, LAPA. On behalf of the officers, board of directors, and our members, we are thankful for this recognition from the City of West Hollywood. It reflects the dedication of many individuals who believe in the core values of the association and the recognition of our contribution and our service to the community. We take pride that among our 700+ active members, some call this city home. or whether they are a full-time resident or a commuting employee of a firm or a company in the city. We are happy to regularly have our West Side networking mixers here in Hollywood. And being a first-generation Filipino-Asian immigrant and a member of LGBTQIA+ community, I often felt marginalized after coming to America. But when I joined LAPA and got involved, I helped restore my confidence, and I have given so many opportunities to be seen, to be heard, and to be recognized. And that would have not had if I had not chosen to participate. Some of us are meant to lead, some are not. But staying silent and not engaging will not get anyone anywhere. So please find your voice or find one that represents you. Get involved, be seen, be heard, and make an impact. Thank you, City of West Hollywood, for your recognition and celebrating with us. And thank you, hardworking paralegals and legal support staff in the City of West Hollywood. Happy National Paralegal Day.
Thank you so much. We are concluding with our presentations and we'll begin our public comment section. We currently have 21 speakers signed up for public comment, so I will just preface us with that. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, the Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes, with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. So we will be going over that, should everyone be taking their full time. The public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items if the member of the public cannot be present at the time the item is considered, or also items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those who could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the hearing. If you signed up to speak on both consent items and general public comment, as well as an item that was moved to consent, you may take this public comment period to speak on consent calendar items. You may also sign up to speak during the second public comment period for your general public comment. Lastly, speakers should not bring any items to the podium other than a prepared written statement and/or writing materials. As I said, we have 21 speakers signed up, and do we have any on Zoom as well? 2. So we have 23 total speakers tonight. And
Yes.
how many are signed up for consent?
We have, for consent, we have 8.
Okay. The meeting has already gone to a very long start for this first section, but I do know that the public generally is here to tell us things and often cannot wait till the end of a very long meeting. So let's encourage members of the public, especially if the item's on consent, to be brief as possible so we can allow for as many people as possible to speak. I'm also going to create the line queue so we can start lining up and moving us through this list, and we'll see how things go, if we can keep us on as close of track as possible, or if we have to move to the end. So we'll get started. The list I have before me, Sarah Graham, speaking on item F8, Scott Schmidt, item D2, Stephanie Harker, and then Kathy Blavis. Please come to the mic, and if your name was next in the list, please be ready to jump to the mic. The first speaker I had was Sarah Graham.
7.
Oh, I'm sorry, 7 Graham, come on
I'm sorry,
up.
7?
I'm glad you knew that it might be you. Bring that cute dog too.
It's quite good evening, Mayor Byers, Councilmember Erickson, and other members. It's interesting that you said that because when I moved to Los Angeles 10 years ago, I was Sarah Graham. I had beautiful blonde hair and looked very different. I came here and I've been working with Hollywood to increase the visibility of intersex people, and that's what I'm speaking in support of tonight, to put the intersex symbol, which is the little circle and yellow piece, into the pride flag, pride progress. Now, some people think this is a trivial thing, but the reality is that intersex people make up 1 in 1,500 people, so we're as common as red hair and great green eyes. So we are actually, in the community. You know some of us, but we won't tell you often because we live in shame and fear. I became a citizen of the United States on November the 5th last year, and it was such a great honor to become a citizen. And part of the reason I chose to become a citizen from the United Kingdom, as you can probably tell, not Australia, part of why I did that was to get an ex-passport. This country has been progressive in recognizing intersex people, and intersex activist and veteran Dana Zim fought hard to get that X in the passport. And this is the first legal document I haven't had to lie on, so I felt enormously proud to get this last December. Our visibility is being decreased by the Trump government because we mess with the Adam and Eve binary fairy story of sex. That's not scientific reality. And as trans people's human rights are being trampled on and our health care taken from young people, intersex babies and children are still being excluded from that surgery protection. So intersex babies and children are routinely operated on. I had my testes taken when I was 8 years old because they said I was a girl, even though I have XY chromosomes, and I had testes because they won't accept that some people are a mixture of the common sexes. I've been working with the LGBT Center in Los Angeles since 2018, and they now have an intersex clinic. So more intersex people are coming to Los Angeles and becoming visible. And this is a sanctuary for us. So I please ask you to create that flag that shows that we are welcome here. Thank you.
We appreciate you. Scott Schmidt, followed by Stephanie Harker, followed by Kathy Blavis. I'm going to keep us moving tonight, so please keep the applause down so we can keep moving through the public comment.
Hi, good evening. Scott Schmidt, resident of West Hollywood, but you know that, and Executive Director of Emerald Village, here to speak about item D2, which solemnizes the direction that y'all gave to staff at the last meeting related to cannabis matters. Wanted to thank the council for your unwavering support and continued support, and to thank staff for expeditiously getting this ahead of you so we have some clarity and can move forward. You know, in the last month since we last saw you, we've opened up the Sunset Social Club, had 120 people come out for the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce last week, hosted a influencer sesh last Friday. I took Ngayo Bialum, an internationally renowned cannabis comedian, Netflix TV show host, on a lounge tour for 7 hours. So it was a great time. We will be at National Night Out at 3 different neighborhoods tomorrow. We'll be opening up Green Queen on Thursday, doing a High Event magazine next week, DTLA Proud, and on the 30th, kicking off our It's Always Bowl Season in West Hollywood campaign with a viewing party of the USC Trojans' first game of the season with the alumni networks of both USC and UCLA. So we're doing a lot, and it's thanks to your support. And on a personal note, I want to thank everyone who came out for the 50th edition of Christmas in July last couple weeks ago. And hopefully someday we can make that a city holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Harker, followed by Kathy Blavis, and then Greg Ring.
Good evening, Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. On B5, I am thrilled to see the lowering of speed limits on streets throughout the city, particularly on Fountain. But I have 3 words for you all: enforcement, enforcement, enforcement. I don't know who can request a team of motor units, which I understand are deputies on motorcycles, ticketing, particularly after the traffic hour when you can speed along Fountain. Ticketing, ticketing, ticketing. Also, perhaps with 37,000 cars that pass through West Hollywood, that we should consider something like New York City has done, which is a congestion toll, because people are passing through here the same way as they leave New Jersey and go into New York, and they have to find other ways to travel, and it has cut down on the traffic in New York immensely, and they're quite happy with the revenue stream as well. Also, I want to thank Rick Abramson for his wonderful outreach that he's doing for Plummer Park, for the new plan, and for those citizens who missed this last weekend. There's another set of cultural history discussions and nature and open space discussions next Saturday, August 9th. I want to thank Helen Collins and Joe Torres and Ruben Valenzuela for taking care of our bulky items on Vista Street. Lastly, I would beg candidates, citizens, activists, and appointed and elected officials to turn over a new leaf somehow. Our local community discourse has devolved into name-calling and comments on local news sources and petitions that are bordering on slander and libel, and we don't need any more of that.
Thank you. Kathy Blavis, followed by Greg Rang, followed by Victor Olmanchenko.
Good evening, Kathy Blavis, City of West Hollywood. Yes, I agree that the concept of lowering speed limits around the city is a great idea, and it's long overdue, especially on Fountain Avenue. And I agree 100% that it's not going to make much difference if we lower the speed if nobody's there to enforce it. So Fountain Avenue specifically. And it brings me to where the community is at, in my opinion, with regard to the safety of Fountain Avenue. When bike lanes were proposed a couple of years ago, immediately the community was turned into it's us against them, it's them against us with regard to bike lanes. The debate over whether or not bike lanes are necessary was never the point. The debate has always been about the process, about how the community has been involved or not involved. At this point in time, thankfully, the community is being included. I don't want anyone in the community or on this dais to ever lose sight of a fact. Regardless of how the community feels about bike lanes, we are all on the same page when it comes to safety. The horrific tragedy, the death of Blake Ackerman, is just an example of how the community reacts. I personally reacted with a lot of anger over someone in the community suggesting that Councilmember Meister should resign because of a vote. So I beg the community and I beg the dais to remember we are all after the same thing, safety for everyone. Thank you.
Greg Rang, followed by Victor Olmanchenko, followed by Kevin Burton.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Hyman, esteemed City Council and City staff. I'm Greg Rang. I am a citizen of Los Angeles and the Executive Director of the West Hollywood Design District. I just wanted to say thank you to City staff for undertaking the hard work of creating the economic studies and providing that data to us and our constituents. It allows us to have informed conversations about the future of our programming and our expenditures on behalf of the bid. I would also like to express my support of item C1, the mix of creative business models and accessory uses. We already have many businesses in the community struggling to find new ways to engage their constituents, particularly with tourism down both on the international and national level. Lastly, I would like to offer my support of item D1, the establishment of the Rainbow District and the stewardship of its marketing under the Visit WeHo team. I've had great success collaborating with them, and I think we're in good hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Victor Olmanchenko, followed by Kevin Burton, then Anita Goswami.
Good evening, Council. Victor Olmanchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident. I want to speak on F2, which you have moved to consent without any full-fledged public discussion, and so how could I not let an item of $10 million pass by without making a couple of comments? We usually spend more time on vetting public events that are maybe $5,000, and here we are looking at spending up to $10 million to purchase 8327 through 8329 Santa Monica Boulevard. Now, I know that the city has been acquiring different parcels of land in that block, which is directly across from City Hall, and that there are plans for a new playhouse and other things that are still in the works. But given that we're spending this much money and this much effort in looking over the report, I just was wondering that as you consider this purchase, you're considering a long-term lease of $300,000 a year, and the eventual purchase of the property, the Basics restaurant that we used to have, for $6 million. So my question right now as a concerned citizen is, why not just purchase the property now and avoid the extra lease costs? What will we be doing with the building that we would be leasing in this long-term lease? I know that nowadays it is about the precious California dirt, but it's also about taking care of valuable, limited public funds. There was brief mention made that there might be a relocation of the playhouse that's been planned where the old playhouse is now. I feel like we should have a community discussion, and I'm really concerned about a lot of these items being moved to consent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kevin Burton, followed by Anita Goswami, followed by Alex Silverman.
Good evening, Council. Kevin Burton, resident of West Hollywood. And I want to thank Mayor Byers, Councilmember Meister for their adjournment motions in honor of Blake Ackerman, who was tragically killed last month on Fountain Avenue. And I want to invite the community to a meeting in Plummer Park on August 19th to receive many details of the proposals to change the structure of Fountain Avenue, a facelift that will improve safety for drivers by forcing them to drive more slowly, independent of speed limits, by separating bicycles from vehicular traffic, and by instituting a number of improvements for pedestrian safety. And outside of that proposal, the West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition, of which I'm a co-founder, has been working for Streets Are for Everyone to support legislation in Sacramento to facilitate cities in instituting and expanding red light camera programs. The current bill makes that very difficult. And I want to thank the city of West Hollywood for writing a letter in support, being the only city in the state to send a representative to Sacramento to speak at a recent hearing on this bill. And that, I believe, will allow it to be passed and facilitate cities statewide to increase and expand their red light camera programs. And separately on item F6, I want to support the inclusion of emergency procedures and contracts for social services. Thank you.
Thank you. Anita Goswami, followed by Alex Silverman.
Hi there. I've got three items, so I'll make it quick. Item C1, which is the staff recommending City Council hold public hearings on just improving and encouraging business. This is alternate ways like paint nights, sidewalk cafes, all of these things. I think it's great that we do that, but I just would hope that there would be neighborhood involvement, because these kinds of additional uses, especially when they happen on the spur of the moment, this is not what's under CUP, but this is what's in there. I hope that they would take the neighbors into account, because we're the ones that have to deal with the noise and the nuisance. Second item, I echo what my fellow resident said, but items F1 and F2, authorizing spending $2 million for property when you don't even know what the use is. Item F2, authorizing $9.5 million when you don't even know really what you're going to do with it. I think there's a lot of other things, better uses for that money that could be here in West Hollywood. I want to give a shout out. Public safety is one of our the top priority here. Tomorrow's National Night Out. I hope that you're all going to be there. But I'm looking at $11 million and saying, you don't have a plan for it and you want to spend it? That's my tax dollars. That's the sales tax dollars I spend here. That's my property tax dollars. This is what we need to be a lot more involved in. Should never be on a consent calendar. Should have a lot more discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alex Silverman, followed by Rick Watts, followed by A. Lee Walkup.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I'm Alex Silverman. I live on Kings Road near Fountain, where I bike and walk and drive all the time. All three are often very scary. When I heard about Blake Ackerman's death, I felt sick for his loved ones, and when I stood at the vigil, learning about what a kind and promising person he was, I couldn't escape two things. That could have been me or any of us, and there is no question it should have been prevented. Those of us who support safer streets are not typically the loudest voices in the room. We want government to follow data, not drama. We want it to look to proven solutions that have worked in other cities, not scare tactics and not straw man arguments, and we shouldn't have to wait for people to die before we act. The plan the Fountain Steering Committee has come up with is smart, it is balanced, it's long overdue, it will calm traffic, it will protect cyclists, and the compromise on parking, eliminating time restrictions on the spots that remain, is more than fair. I've been cycling in major cities for 15 years. I was never hit by a car until I moved to the city of West Hollywood. That should not be our reputation. By the way, that happened on Willoughby, another corridor where a thoughtful safety plan is stuck under a pile of process. We don't need more process. We don't need more meetings. What we need to do is get this done now. This council has a duty of care to protect people in this city, not parking spaces, not pass-through traffic going to Hollywood or Beverly Hills. So let's start by fixing Fountain with the kind of decisiveness that doesn't leave us all wondering whether we're going to live to see it finished. Let's get this plan moving. In the meantime, install some temporary safety measures so nobody else has to get seriously hurt or killed. Thank you.
Rick Watts, followed by Ailey Walkup, followed by Andrew Solomon. And then we'll do a time check for make sure we're okay.
Thank you, Council. Rick Watts, City of West Hollywood. I'm going to speak on item F9. It'll be coming up later. In the consideration of updating the version of the flag that will be flying on Santa Monica Boulevard to be the progress flag, the staff report noted that there are different versions of that, one of which includes the intersex symbol, and I would suggest that be the version that you choose to fly there. Again, the purpose of the progress flag is to be as inclusive as possible, and the first speaker tonight made exactly that point, and I think it was absolutely correct. The second thing I'd like to suggest as a possible amendment that you might consider is with respect to Council's participation and sponsorship of the Rainbow Key Awards. As you no doubt are aware, Congress, members of Congress for many years, as a constituent service, have offered as sometimes an award or a constituent favor to flags that have been certified as having flown over the U.S. Capitol that are given along with a certificate so stating. And I'd like to suggest that with the Rainbow Key Award, as a part of that honor, one of the new flags be given to each honoree going forward, along with certification that such a flag has been flown over City Council, and that certificate be signed by each of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ailey Walkup, followed by Andrew Solomon. And then I think we'll be right at time. If we're okay to keep going.
Madam Mayor, members of council, it takes me a little longer, but here I am. I've had 106 days in hospital and rehab for a broken hip. And it's not just the first. I have 5 joint replacements, both knees, both hips, and a left shoulder. And I just want to say I thank you so much for the greeting card that you provided me while I was convalescing. I am home now. I am enjoying physical therapy at home and a nurse visit. And I want to say this is something that can be done for any senior citizen, because I am a senior citizen. I'm a member of the Older Adults Advisory Board for the City of West Hollywood. And you shouldn't be afraid to get something fixed. My 5 joints wore out, and that's why I had to have them replaced. The second time I broke my right hip, it was a stupid fall, but it got replaced. We need Medicare. We need Medicare for all. We can't have Medicare taken away from us by an administration that wants to give Medicare to our corporations and billionaire citizenry. We need it as people in this country, 330 million of us. We should have Medicare from the moment we're born, and we should lose it after we die. We shouldn't have it any other way. We shouldn't have to save 20% back and get supplemental insurance like I have to cover that 20%. We should have it for everyone. And I'm happy to be back. I'm happy to rejoin the citizenry of this city and happy to be an active member of California and the United States. Thank you.
Andrew Solomon, followed, and then we have about 9 more speakers between Chambers and Zoom. Do my colleagues go finish?
9 in Chambers and 6
6 on Zoom now?
So
Okay.
that would be 15
2 on Zoom.
Thought we had 6 on
No.
2? Okay.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'm fine. Keep going.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Thanks. Andrew Solomon, 11-year West Hollywood resident. As it relates to Fountain, I've been watching some old meetings and reading old staff reports. Some of you have changed. John, your hair's a lot lighter now than it used to be. But I wanted to give a timeline and recap of where we are, where we've been. This started 4 years ago, and you all on council have taken 4 separate votes as it relates to Fountain. March 2021, council directs staff to study protected bike lanes. That was a unanimous 5-0 vote. November 2022, that study comes back after 13,000 mailers. Protected bike lanes, alternative 1, is approved by a unanimous 5-0 vote. August 2023, a design contract is awarded for the Phase 1 protected bike lanes. Again, that's a unanimous 5-0 vote. And then September 2024, council accepts an $8 million state grant, but it's election season, so we do have some political grandstanding. It passes 3-2. 4 years later, you all have spoken as a council majority, and the electorate has spoken. But nothing has changed, no ground has broken, the street is the same. We're a small city in West Hollywood with vast resources. We should be nimble, we should be quick, we should be able to quickly respond to community concerns about safety. But this is a project that has been bogged down by process. Fountain's dangerous, people have been hurt, people have been killed. So no more delays, no more studies, and no more politics. Now is the time to act. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Christian. No? Yes. You're going to be, yep. And then Reed DeVenio, then Steve Martin. Go ahead, Josh.
Bit of a tone change. I'm Josh Christian. I'm a 9-year resident. I'm also a business license commissioner, although I'm here speaking just as a resident of the East Side.
Microphone. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Josh. I am a 9-year resident. I'm also a business license commissioner, but I'm here speaking as a resident. Myself and about 45 other neighbors of mine have submitted written comment requesting limited off-leash hours on Vista Lawn in Plummer Park, only on weeknights. The comment speaks for itself, so I won't really get into the substance except to say that we truly are proposing this as a pilot program. If it were to interfere in any material way with other uses of the park, we would expect it to lapse, and we do not expect it to, or we would not be proposing this. A few of you have come down and seen what a contribution the presence of the dogs on the lawn is making to the community, and it's just a wonderful community building activity to have there. Really, I wanted to come down and say just thank you all very much. This proposal was a really easy knee-jerk no. It poses political problems, it poses legal and regulatory problems, and each one of you has made the time to listen to the folks that have written this letter. There are 45 of us, and 44 of them have never participated in city government, and whether or not we can make this happen, everyone that is interested in this policy is coming away feeling heard, feeling like council engaged with them, and that feeling is not going to go away whether or not, or whether we find a compromise or whatever it happens to be. So that's something really special about West Hollywood. It is something really special about this council, and it is something really important in our civic psychology right now. So just thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Reed DeVenio, followed by Steve Martin, then Jordan Beard. Oh. Wait, can you wait until you get to the mic just for the folks outside of the room?
In the process. Dear Mayor and City Council, I'm deeply honored and humbled that I received this certificate of recognition.
Into the
I'm
mic,
filled with
sorry.
gratitude to be a part of such a vibrant.
Reed.
Yes, sir.
Into the mic. There's a mic in front of you.
Yeah.
One more time. Dear Mayor, I am City Council. I'm deeply honored and humbled that I received such a certificate. I'm so proud to live in a city that values diversity, embraces people regardless of the background, and treat each other with love and respect and equality. Mrs. Meister, during Pride, you asked me a couple times, how's business, and I was touched that you took a moment and asked me that. Thank you. John and I hugged and I cried, telling him how amazing he is and how everybody loves you, and we love John. Mayor, thank you so much. We love you, John. We love you, John. We love all of you. Mayor Erickson and Byers, thank you so much. One day I said I wanted to participate in special events, and you guys made that happen. Danny, thank you so much for your wonderful words. The last time I was here, it was beautiful and very touching. Mr. Wilson, thank you, sir. You're amazing. Once you leave here, Denzel, you better look out. And thank you for penciling me in to make this happen. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, City Council.
Thank you. Steve Martin, followed by Jordan Beard, followed by Nick Renteria.
Someone left their phone.
Reed,
Reed. Not on my 2 minutes.
Read your cell phone.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood, East Side Neighborhood Watch. And now Reed's here. Reed's one of our sponsors. Big Dick's will be serving up his fabulous hot dogs tomorrow night, National Night Out at Gardner and Lexington. Our other major sponsors include Orangeburg Media, Donnie Casey at 7-Eleven, Astor Burger, Trader Joe's, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just to kind of a recap, I certainly appreciate the efforts, if we're going to be flying the progress flag, that it does include the symbol for intersex. You know, I'm 69 years old and been around a while, and I have never met an intersex person until tonight. And I just think it was really great that we have the kind of community where people come out and share their stories, because these are important stories for people to tell. And the other thing about process, when we remodeled Santa Monica Boulevard, it was about 18 months from the vote till the time we actually approved the designs. And it was another like 20 months for construction. But we moved that project because it was a priority, but also we didn't skimp on public process. Part of the reason that project moved so quickly is that we got people involved at the very beginning so that there wasn't the kinds of issues that we have seen in some of the other processes. And then I guess lastly, I don't know whether to be confused or disappointed, but I just don't understand why we would not be flying the rainbow flag on Santa Monica Boulevard. That's just part of West Hollywood's history. I've marched in hundreds of demonstrations, including some with our good friend David Edizadi, under that banner. The rainbow flag has earned a place of respect and love in this community, and I hope we preserve it. Thank you.
Jordan Beard, followed by Nick Renteria, followed by Mike Nuttall.
Good evening, Council. Every year, several dozen residents are hurt in West Hollywood. Some die from their injuries, not by muggings, targeted assaults, or gang violence, but by cars, dangerous driving, and our dangerous streets. For some reason, we as a city do not take this violence seriously. We accept a culture of dangerous driving, and we prioritize the convenience of drivers over the safety of everyone else. For several years, this body has repeatedly acknowledged the excessive danger posed to residents by Fountain Avenue, but yet nothing has changed. Instead, we've held countless community engagement meetings spanning years. Some in this room have even organized protests against street safety because it might inconvenience them while making our city safer. But it's a damn shame that something as important as street safety can be stuck in a bureaucratic process. Blake was killed by a driver in a hit and run, that is true, but he was also killed by this process. The week before he was killed, another cyclist was injured at the very same intersection. This process kills and will continue to kill until we change the process. We cannot wait for Fountain to hurt more of our neighbors. The city must act with urgency to use quick-build tools to make the streets safer. I don't want to have to paint another ghost bike when someone dies next on Fountain. Other cities take weeks, not years, to protect their community. It's actions, not words, that make us safer. A lot of how our streets work here is a vestige of what WeHo inherited decades ago. But what would our streets look like if we designed them to align with our community's unique priorities and commitments? We are a community that looks out for each other, and our streets, which are our largest public asset, should reflect that. Thank you.
Nick Renteria, followed by Mike Nuttall, followed by Alec White.
Good evening, City Council. First, I want to say thank you, Mayor Byers, for and Councilmember Meister for adjourning the meeting in honor of Blake Ackerman. And I also just want to say that while Blake Ackerman's death is tragic, I think our city and its dangerous streets go far beyond Fountain Avenue. only a few weeks before Blake Ackerman's death, Erica Edwards was killed on Sunset Boulevard in another hit and run in our city. And there's no ghost bike for her, there's no memorial for her, and her name might be forgotten. And I don't want more people's names to be forgotten on our street. I think that we need city leadership that recognizes that we have the power to protect our community, and we've done that before. When we founded our city, we founded on values of protecting ourselves. We protected renters, we protected people during the AIDS epidemic, and we need to continue that commitment to protecting our community at any cost. The sad truth is that West Hollywood streets are among some of the deadliest in California. According to the California Office of Traffic Safety, we're ranked #1 in crashes involving a pedestrian, #1 in crashes involving a motorcycle, #1 in nighttime crashes, #1 in hit and runs. Overall, we rank 7th out of 90 cities. That's unacceptable. We are a city that leads the state, we lead the nation. This is not how I want our city to lead. And it doesn't end with Fountain, it begins with Fountain. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Nuttall, followed by Alec White, then our last speaker in council chambers, Mark Cox. And we'll go to Zoom.
Hi, I'm back here, and normally my topic is garbage, but this is a different type of garbage that I want to talk about tonight. A few years back, WeHo Online posted an article about a place called the Pig Pen that this person named JT Thomas runs, which was on Vaseline Alley behind Kennedy City Hall. I wrote an anonymous comment at the time saying that it was a dangerous place. My comment gets deleted, and then the owner, even though it was anonymous, calls and harasses me over and over again about it. From then, the harassment continued, and to my understanding, recently, the business was shut down. I think I got blamed, and suddenly, my dog was threatened while I was walking it. Fake accounts were set up on the Nextdoor app and Facebook, saying I was a registered sex offender, which, for the record, I am not, and I actually give swim lessons here at the city, something that I love to do. Next, there were fake accounts set up on Sniffies, and people were coming to my home, knocking on my door, asking for me, and I had no idea who they were. Next, 2 packages arrived, one with dirt in it and a death threat saying, "Mike, get ready to die." The second one was a box saying, "Mike is a sex offender," and was mailed to my address. Next, there were 31 pieces of mail sent to myself and all of my neighbors in my condo association. Then I get a handful of mailings from mortuary services. Then I get a text message the same day that a Minnesota lawmaker was killed from a fake police officer that went to their door. I get a text message from the West Hollywood police, which was fake, saying, "Come outside." All of these things happened, along with my mother being called and harassed by these individuals. And no one in our community should have to face this type of harassment, this level of harassment, and it's so nerve-wracking. But I want to sit here and say thank you to City Council, because when I first came here, you sent me to the police. And I want to thank the police, because they've helped me tremendously in this, but no one should have to deal with this. Thank you.
Alec White, followed by Mark Cox, our last speaker in council chambers. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I have here.
Hi, Mayor Byers, Vice Mayor Heilman, and members of the City Council. I know many of you know me, but for those of you who don't, I wear many hats, like this one, but I'm speaking not in my capacity as LGBTQ+ Commission Chair. I'm speaking as a resident of West Hollywood for nearly 8 years, and importantly, as a Trojan. On my first day of orientation at USC, I learned about the 5 traits of a Trojan: faithful, scholarly, skillful, courageous, and ambitious. And I want to speak about an individual who embodied all 5 of those, Blake Ackerman, who inspired us all. And not only were both members of the Trojan family, we're members of the USC student government family. I served as a student senator just like he did. And I attended his vigil, and when I was there, I saw cars speeding by me at what looked like 50 miles per hour. I wasn't biking. I was standing on the sidewalk. I felt unsafe, and it reminded me, I really want to encourage you to expedite the Fountain Avenue improvements. I want bikers on the street to feel safe. I want people walking their dogs to feel safe. I want our community to feel safe. I also think about one of my good friends, Phoebe, who was hit by a vehicle while biking just last year. She was in the hospital for months recovering from her injuries. She's fully recovered, and while she couldn't be here today, she wanted me to share her story and also share how she strongly supports expediting the approved Fountain Avenue improvements. As I think back about my USC Senate colleague Blake and the Trojan values he embodied, I want to make sure that I am embodying them as well and that all of us are as best we can. I may no longer be a student at USC, but I'm still a Trojan, and I still took that oath to uphold those values. Let's expedite these approved safety measures. Thank you so much.
Thank you. In the front row here, please say your name. So sorry for saying it wrong.
My name is not Mark Cox.
Okay.
My name is Michael Blumenkamp. I am born to George Harrison, who's a Blumenkamp, and Patty Boyd, and I was a stolen baby in the custody of the son of Max Charles Leary. You know Max Charles Leary as Adolf Hitler, not yet dead. His doppelgangers died. Eva Braun's doppelganger died. They live longer than 100 because they eat the echelon diet. The upper echelon diet, the syndicate, is the evolutionary diet. They live to be 200 years old or whatever they want to be. But they can't teleport because they lie. You want to teleport? Do you want to teleport? You can do it. You have to be a member of the Eat Your Ejaculation Nation twice a day, 6 days a week. 6 months from now, if you pull all the lies out of your mouth, you'll be able to teleport across the street from sidewalk to sidewalk. Keep doing it, you'll be able to teleport from here to San Diego. Keep doing it, you'll be able to teleport from here to Seattle or San Francisco, New York, London. You'll be able to teleport into a prison where they're illegally holding somebody and release them. When you say that Ksenia, Russian girl, American citizen, was prison swapped with an American-held Russian criminal, who was released was a different girl. Who was behind the glass, courtyard glass, is a different girl. You have 6 geysers ready to burst. The reservoir is full. It took 240 years to fill up the real reservoir for the 6 geysers that was dry when the Spanish came here. That's the real river of the true Los Angeles River. Poured into that reservoir for 240 years. When you go to Melrose and Almont, you can see the storm drain pouring all that water overflow. They try to take the pressure off because they don't want to turn it on until they're ready. How do they turn on? Turn on the faucets out of 21 locations where the overflow throws through the storm drain into the Pacific Ocean. Because the pressure can't be held back by standard plumbing. Before the geysers come, you're going to see flooding, residences, businesses. You're fucked. He takes money from the Russian syndicate too. And they want to have a terror attack July 15th, 2026, 6 days long. National terror attack run by the syndicate, Russian syndicate. And if you're not Russian Orthodox Christian, after 6 days of terrorism, they'll kill everyone in your family unless I stop it.
To order. Thank you all for your patience. Thank you so much, everyone. Please take your seats. We do, believe it or not, have 2 more public comments in the Zoom. We'll go there, and then we'll get our meeting back up and running. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker in the Zoom is Adam Darvish. Adam, please press *6. You'll have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mayor Byers and Vice Mayor Harmon, Council, and staff. I'll give the time back to you because of the experience that you just had. I have 2 items. I'll email the council members and the staff. One is related to an unhoused individual that is on my property, and then an accident again, a speeding car that entered the sidewalk at 2 in the morning on a Monday. That scared the hell out of all neighbors. All of us came out, and thank God no pedestrian was hit. But I'll email you the video and the pictures. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam. Our next speaker is Gilbert Legac. Gilbert, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, good evening, council members and mayor. Thank you for your time. It's my unfortunate position to have to come to you with the news that my friends and I were on the receiving end of an assault by the staff at the Roosterfish nightclub and bar Saturday night, August 2nd, 2025, between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. On August 2nd, I ordered a pure Patron tequila on the rocks, no mixers. I drink this often, and my friends can attest to this fact. I'm very familiar with its flavor profile and what sets it apart from other tequilas. I drink it often to avoid alcoholic side effects the next day. Upon taking the sip and paying the premium surcharge, I was alarmed to find that the drink was poured from a Patron bottle, but was not Patron due to the sour notes at the end of the sip. I brought my concern to the bartender in the front room, who offered to pour me another one, which I refused because I absolutely believed that the bottle was refilled with a lesser quality tequila. To solve the issue, I requested a sealed new bottle be poured to taste the difference, or to let me speak to management about the discrepancy. I was refused both the opportunity to discuss the incident with the manager, to have my money refunded, or to have the proper drink poured to protect my purchase. I was immediately set on by angry and violent security personnel who intimidated and manhandled me and my friends, resulting in injury, personal and racial verbal attacks, followed by being grabbed, then pushed unprovoked while we tried to leave voluntarily. They even pushed my friend, who had just moved to WeHo, to the ground for no other reason than to intimidate us. I now believe 100% that this bar is staffed by people looking to profit from our community instead of uphold its principles, quality, integrity, or safety. Their inclusivity is performative, and the local and extended LGBTQIA community is not safe there if the Roosterfish seeks to cover up, in my opinion, clearly fraudulent business practices by voluntarily assaulting anyone that amiably dissents. As a resident of West Hollywood, I'm advocating that the city investigate the business practices of the Roosterfish and to have their license to serve liquor inspected.
Thank you, Gilbert. Your time is up.
Thank you. I know we have a couple of citizen position slips to read on the record.
Thank you. We have 3 citizen position slips from Victor Omolchenko in support of the following items: F4, F5, and F6. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we turn it over to the city manager, I just want to thank the safety team inside council chambers for making sure we could restore this meeting to order. We appreciate you very much. Thank you. City manager, over to you for your report as you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members and public. I want to thank everyone for their public comments tonight, as well as Congresswoman Laura Friedman for updating our community on the work that she is doing at the federal level. Tomorrow is August 5th, 2025. It's National Night Out. West Hollywood residents will gather at 10 neighborhood events in show of unity against crime. Events such as block parties, barbecues, live entertainment, and more will take place throughout the city. For more information, please visit the city's website at WehoTV.org and search for National Night Out. There were a couple of comments regarding the purchase of the property across the street from City Hall, which is currently the Basics property. The purchase, the appraised value of that property is currently $6 million, and that is the amount that the city is proposing to purchase it for. However, the owner of the property isn't interested in selling the property right now, so they would be leasing the property at the negotiated rate of the $300,000 per year. If they decide to sell the property in less than the 10-year period, then the city would buy it at the $6 million at that time. So it's not that the city is purchasing it for $10 million or has the option of purchasing it today because the owner isn't interested in selling the property. I believe Brian Lee, our property development manager, also spoke with the public commenters regarding that. I do want to talk a little bit, address some of the recent discussions about Fountain Avenue. I first want to express my condolences to the family and friends of Blake Ackerman. While I didn't know him personally, it was clear from all that I've heard that he was a remarkable person who deeply enriched the lives of those who knew him. The driver responsible for the fatal hit-and-run accident that took Mr. Ackerman's life was arrested, and their court date is pending. There's been a lot of discussions regarding the Fountain Streetscape project and safety on Fountain Avenue since that fatal accident. There will be a community meeting to provide an update on the project and receive input from the public on August 19th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Plummer Park Community Center in rooms 5 and 6. To promote awareness for the meeting, a citywide postcard will be mailed out this week. Flyers will be available at the staff table outside the chambers. Ads will be placed in the Beverly Press, WeHo Times, and Los Angeles Blade. And those who cannot attend the community meeting but are interested in learning more about the project or provide public comment are encouraged to attend the Transportation and Mobility Commission meeting on August 20th or the Public Facilities, Recreation, and Infrastructure Commission meeting on August 26th. Then the City Council will discuss the Fountain Streetscape project and provide direction at the September 15th, 2025 City Council meeting here in the council chambers. Tonight, I would like to share an update on Fountain Avenue, including safety enhancements that have been implemented in recent years and those for consideration for the future. The death of Mr. Ackerman is a stark reminder of the challenges that pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicle drivers face every day when sharing the streets and sidewalks here in our city, in our region, and across the country. It also underscores our collective responsibility to continue work towards safer, more accessible infrastructure for everyone. Over the last few years, the city has added numerous signalized crosswalks to major traffic corridors, including Fountain Avenue, Santa Monica Boulevard, and Melrose Avenue. We have also reduced speed limits on numerous streets in the city, including reducing speeds so that the entirety of Fountain Avenue is now 30 miles per hour. We also installed radar speed signs, which help inform drivers of their current speeds in real time to encourage compliance and with posted speed limits. In-road warning lights have been installed at select pedestrian crosswalks on Fountain Avenue. These lights enable the street and flash, these lights are embedded in the street and flash when activated by a pedestrian from the sidewalk to assist with driver visibility. At numerous intersections along Fountain Avenue, the city has added traffic calming barriers to prevent left turns onto Fountain from residential streets and to prevent left turns across Fountain onto residential streets. The traffic enforcement on Fountain Avenue has been and continues to be a top priority for our local law enforcement partners. Traffic deputies maintain a regular presence with a focus on taking action to ensure compliance with speed limits, traffic laws, and have issued more traffic citations this year on Fountain than any other street in the city. In 2023, the city expanded the use of automated license plate reader cameras throughout the city and installed ALPR cameras along Fountain Avenue to assist law enforcement during investigations. In 2024, the city approved installation of fixed cameras at locations throughout the community, including Fountain Avenue. Installation is expected to be completed by the end of this year. These cameras will provide live and recorded video which can be streamed directly to the new real-time watch center in the West Hollywood Sheriff Station. This will help law enforcement officers identify, apprehend, and hold accountable those who commit crimes in our community. In addition to the safety enhancements recently implemented, staff has been discussing additional enhancements that can increase safety along Fountain until the long-term streetscape project is completed. The following are more immediate enhancements that can be discussed at the September 15th City Council meeting. The first is eliminating peak hour parking restrictions from Fountain Avenue. This would allow for parking on both sides of Fountain Avenue at all times of the day and evening, which would substantially slow vehicle speed during rush hour. Second is changing traffic signal timing cycles so that traffic signals automatically cycle from green to red every couple of minutes instead of relying on the traffic sensors at cross streets. This would slow traffic along Fountain Avenue by adding additional stops and starts along the way, and is a change that could be implemented upon approval. And finally, adding what we are calling leading pedestrian intervals to all traffic signals on Fountain Avenue. This change adds time to the pedestrian light at each signal crosswalk to provide additional time for pedestrians before a vehicle signal changes color. The change will require coordination with LA County and could be implemented within a few weeks of approval. These are all near-term enhancements that staff could implement quickly, but should be done after discussion amongst the City Council or at the council level. And so we propose doing that at the September 15th meeting. And that concludes my comments, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Vice Mayor Heilman.
Just one question. The removal of peak hour parking restrictions, have we looked at what the impact that will have on other streets? Because right now, the traffic tends to move in the rush hour along Holloway, up La Cienega, and then on Fountain. And it already backs up oftentimes into that Holloway, La Cienega intersection. So if we remove the parking restrictions, how is that going to be addressed? So you don't have to answer tonight, but I hope that's something that staff will look at as we're looking at those kind of improvements.
Yes, we will before that discussion happens. We'll get as much analysis on that as we can.
Thank you.
Terrific. Councilmember Erickson, you have a question?
Thanks. I know that we won't be getting to actual comments until later on, but City Attorney, could you advise us on what we're allowed to say at this moment?
You can ask questions of staff, brief comments, because the Fountain project and the safety enhancements that the city manager mentioned before are not on tonight's agenda, but will be on a future agenda. You can ask brief questions and give brief remarks.
Great. Is Fanny here? Hi. You didn't plan for this, but I'm going to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I'll go easy, I promise.
Good evening.
Thank you, Fanny. First of all, thank you for your service to the community. A lot of community members, I think rightfully misinformed, say ticket, 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 ticket. I will say your traffic deputy always sits outside my apartment building. I say hi to him. Winnie says hi to him as well. When I believe it was the day Blake Ackerman died, there were 46 citations issued, and that was the traffic bike safety day that you had planned, correct?
That was a state grant, so they did between 5 a.m. and 5 p.m. They did enforcement for pedestrian enforcement, bicycle safety, and Pedestrian bicycle safety, and so it was mainly focused on Fountain Avenue and a little bit of Santa Monica. So they did 46 citations that day.
And that was the most ever, right?
For a grant?
For the day.
For the day, I don't have the specifics for the day, but we do have, since January, we've increased our enforcement in on Fountain Avenue.
Yes. In your professional opinion, can we ticket our way out of this problem?
There's a lot of variables with that.
Ticketing doesn't change behavior, sadly, because we can't ticket all thousands and thousands of people that come through West Hollywood every day, correct?
Correct. I mean, it's enforcement is a way of educating, and we say sometimes enforcement, the OA people learn is in their pocketbook, but no, that's not something that I can say, yes, ticketing is going to get our way out of.
Correct. Does the Sheriff's Department as a whole have the capability to install someone to sit on Fountain 24/7?
Oh, no.
Thank you. You are already increased the enforcement up on Fountain Avenue at the request of this council multiple times for as long as I've been up here, as before. And yet still we've had 2 deaths, most recently Blake. But specifically, what is the ability for the Sheriff's Department at this moment to continue to increase? I mean, we have public safety concerns all over the place.
I mean, in all honesty, it has to do with, even if I put a deputy 24/7, we're not going to be able to fix everything. And it has to do with individual drivers. It has to do with, people taking responsibility. But we can continue to do enforcement. We can continue to do what we can. But as you said, yes, we are short-staffed, and we have increased the amount of citations, even tripled the amount of citations from any other given street.
And I will say, your traffic officer did cite someone for speeding. I saw it myself. The guy was going quite fast. And then when he was even pulled over, someone went even faster right next to him, and he was stuck not being able to go after that individual. My last question to you is that, and I don't know if, well, maybe Hernan's not here, right? Sorry, Fanny, I don't think I have this question for you, but someone talked about red light cameras specifically right now, right? That was a public commenter, right? The city of West Hollywood currently doesn't have any red light cameras, correct?
Correct.
And the law that's before the state right now is essentially affixed to a specific law, but could you, if you can, off the top of your head, and you don't have to if you don't feel comfortable, talk to us a little bit about what this law that's right now would do and allow the city to have?
So unfortunately, I'm not prepared to answer that question.
That's fine. And then speed cameras, for example, are not allowed by state law for local cities.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all, Fanny. You're the best. I appreciate you so much.
And we can be prepared to talk about the red light camera enforcement at the September 15th meeting. There has been a lot of legislation changes since we've removed our red light cameras a number of years ago.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Fanny.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any other questions for our city manager during his report? No? Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Oh, Vice Mayor, no?
No, I think we're about to move to consent calendar, and there were some questions about the progress flag on item F9. So I'm wondering if we could pull that and put that back on the agenda.
Okay.
No, I think it was put on.
No, we did, because I had it.
Oh, we left it.
We
Okay,
left it.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Just as it was designed to be.
Okay.
Okay, so then we can move to the fiscal impact on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar with the addition of items D1, D2, F2, F3, F4, F5, F6, F7, and F8 is $11,795,602 in expenditures, $0 in revenue, and $7,418 in waived fees. We also, for items D1 and D2, had an introduction on first reading of 2 ordinances, so I'm going to read the titles of those into the record. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood, California, establishing Article 6, Commercial Districts of Title V of the West Hollywood Municipal Code adding Chapter 5.132 to Article 6 of Title 5 to establish the West Hollywood Rainbow District and finding the action exempt from CEQA. And item D2, introducing an ordinance on first reading, an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending Chapter 3.36 Business License Tax of the West Hollywood Municipal Code to extend for 1 year a temporary tax rebate for all eligible cannabis businesses through June 30th, 2026. And with that, we have a motion and a second to adopt tonight's consent calendar. And the motion passes 5-0.
Wonderful. We'll move on to our public hearing. We have 3 tonight. The first, our proposed zone text amendment to streamline the regulations and approval of accessory business uses and incidental business activities. We'll go over to our staff for a presentation. And so we have 2 public commenters signed up to speak tonight too, just so council knows. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. My name is Jennifer Alkire. I'm the Acting Director of Community Development. I'm here with my colleagues, Francisco Contreras, who's the Long Range Planning Manager, and Paige Portwood, Associate Planner, who is the Project Manager for this, and will be giving the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Paige Portwood, Associate Planner. This evening, we are presenting an item regarding a zone text amendment to allow greater flexibility for accessory business uses and incidental business activities. The purpose and intent of this amendment to the zoning code of the West Hollywood Municipal Code is to provide flexibility in the permitting process to encourage creativity and economic vitality among local and small businesses in the city. This ZTA was brought to staff through a City Council directive following the adoption of the Small Business Initiative that was published in collaboration with the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. The Small Business Initiative aims to promote adaptability, creativity, diversity, and streamlining for businesses that currently operate or want to operate in the city. The Small Business Initiative offers suggestions on programs and policy changes that align with these objectives, one being through allowing greater flexibility of this accessory business use zoning code section. For added clarity, staff drafted this example of the reference terms used in the zoning code and presentation. A primary use is the business's main purpose or function based on the site's zoning designation. Accessory business use, or ABU, is a secondary and separate use that supports the primary business on the property. Typically, these uses enhance the primary business's services, experience, or revenue generation. Incidental business activities are supplementary activities that directly support the function of a primary business without outweighing its main purpose. The differentiating factor between an accessory business use and an incidental business activity is that an activity should not distinctly attract customers, but enhance the services or efficiency of the primary use. On the screen, you will see this example where an art gallery is a primary use with a smaller coffee shop cafe within the art gallery that acts as an accessory business use. And every Tuesday evening, the art gallery hosts a wine and painting workshop, which would be considered an incidental business activity. The current requirements for accessory business uses requires ABUs to support be directly related to or in conjunction with a primary use. It allows only minor external evidence of the ABUs and limits the accessory business uses combined floor area not to exceed 1,200 square feet or 25% of the total floor area. The current code does not specifically mention any allowed or prohibited ABUs and does not mention the permit requirements. Staff proposes these changes on the screen to encourage a creative mix of uses and allow ABUs to complement a primary use, not necessarily directly related to it. It allows a flexibility of external evidence insofar as allowing an external access to an ABU and increases the combined floor area of an accessory business use to be less than 50% of the total floor area of the primary use. This amendment also only allows uses as ABUs which are permitted in the designated commercial zoning districts, per zoning code section 19.10.030, and specifies that the accessory business uses must obtain the required land use permits in compliance with that section. Now, to address the incidental business activities, the current requirements of the code intertwine the regulations of ABUs and incidental business activities, so it's hard to decipher between the two. Staff made adjustments to alleviate that conflict, but most importantly, incidental business activities are limited to only twice weekly. Staff is proposing a cleanup of the code to better separate both incidental business activities and ABUs to distinguish both of those terms. Additionally, we're proposing to add these incidental activities seen on the slide, to name a few: co-working and remote working activities, podcasting, and featured food, beverage, or wine tastings. We did want to note there is existing language that adds an other activity to encompass something that may not be listed. Incidental business activities would be permitted through an administrative permit, and notably, there would be no cap to the number of activities a business may host in any given month or year. Staff also adds a definition for ambient music, so that is helpful for business to identify what ambient music is, if it is a part of their incidental business activity. And we define it as a low volume, non-intrusive background music, whether pre-recorded, performed by a DJ, or played live without amplification, that is intended to create atmosphere and complement the primary business activity without becoming a focal point of attention. Ambient music must remain at a volume that does not disrupt conversation within the premises, not be audible beyond the property line, including outdoor patios or entrances, and comply with all applicable regulations, noise regulations under Chapter 9.08 and any permitted hours of operation. We also added other code sections which the businesses need to comply alongside this code section, and that includes the ancillary cannabis uses and any uses that require a business license. This concludes our presentation. We are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's move to public comment, and we'll come back for questions. And for the record, the hearing is now open. City Clerk, how was this hearing noticed?
As required by law, Mayor.
Terrific.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the reminder. We're going to start with our public comment, Greg Rang, if he's still here. I think Greg may have
I don't
slipped
see
out.
him in chambers.
Then we'll go to Anita Goswani.
I appreciate the slides. It makes a couple of things more clear, but I remain concerned that there is no limitation. And again, I love being in the creative city. It's great to have this. We need to encourage our businesses and do this. I just remain concerned where we have businesses that are now being allowed 50% of their additional floor space. If they're spilling that outside, then what is happening again from a noise and nuisance? I appreciated seeing the ambient music requirements, but I just remain concerned about that. So just want to, as it gets implemented, or if it does get implemented this way, I would hope more would be taken into account. It would be more explicit to remain within the existing zoning and to abate, again, noise and nuisance. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the only public commenter signed up to speak? Terrific. I will go ahead and close the public testimony portion, and we will come back to our discussion. Who would like to, Councilmember Meister?
Yeah, so I'm wondering, can you respond to the question from the public?
Regarding noise and, or the allowable total floor area?
Yes, please.
Okay, both. So we saw that the incidental, we'll start with the incidental business activities, which may be a concern from the public if it allows music or activities that might happen outside of hours of operation. We still propose to permit the incidental business activity under an administrative permit, which is discretionary in nature. So that requires approval from the community development director. It requires conditions of approval. And so we felt like that was a level of review that was appropriate for this activity.
Is it noticed if it goes to the community development director?
Yes, 7 days notice.
Okay, and then my question is just that, does this just apply to commercial zones?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Heilman?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment, if that's okay. I think this is a great improvement to the code. Thank you for doing this. When I look at like a space at the PDC or some of the businesses up on Sunset where they have a primary activity, this would allow them to have a secondary activity either on a temporary basis or on a permanent basis. So I think this really enhances the activities that our businesses can have. And I can see like a retail clothing store having a small pop-up within the store, focusing on some new brand of wine or some new brand of soda that they want to highlight. I think this gives greater flexibility to our businesses, and I'm fully in support of it. And I do hear the concern from the public about the protection, but I think you answered that in terms of the level of review that's going to be required. So thank you.
Councilmember Heng?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for the robust presentation. Our small businesses, I keep saying they're the heartbeat of our community, and this update certainly gives them the flexibility they need to survive, to grow, and to serve in the community in various ways. Can you clarify how this amendment would interact with the special permits processes?
Yeah, that's a great question. The incidental business activities are ongoing, reoccurring, continuous. We see them as a part of the function of the primary business. That said, businesses may still apply for a special event permit if they're wanting to do an activity that is outside of the incidental business activity in nature or outside of their business operations. So the business would have to create a pre-plan or some sort of idea of what they wanted their incidental business activity to be. And then from there, they could continue to do that throughout the year. And then for the one-off events, they could apply for a special events permit.
Would it be too much for me to ask for like examples so that way maybe some community members can sort of get a visual in their mind? Like what if it's like a restaurant that wants to be like a nightclub in the evening?
That would not be allowed as an incidental.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll give you another example that we're thinking of. So for the example I gave in the presentation, the art gallery, with every Tuesday evening, they want to host a workshop. If they wanted to reserve 2 parking spots for valet outside of that workshop, they would still have to apply for a special event permit because that would not be a part of their incidental business activity operations.
And what if it's like a coffee shop that wants to do live music like twice a week?
That would not be allowed. And under this zoning code section, that business, if they wanted to make it a part of their use, they could then apply for a conditional use permit or a minor conditional use permit. So that would still be afforded that. They would still be afforded that opportunity, but through a different avenue of permitting.
And thank you for indulging my questions, because some businesses, such as what I just mentioned, have been mentioning that to me, and I said, I don't think that's the case, but we'll let the professional staff let you know. Thank you.
Thank you for this item. I'm also really excited about the new opportunities it'll bring. I did have a question about co-locating business licenses under one business to make this happen. Does it need to be a single business license that makes the application? in order to have the space run that way? Or would they be able to bring in a new business to partner under the same roof to make this programming happen?
Sorry, technical difficulties. Or not? Oh, okay.
Great, yeah.
It works. Yeah, so the intent is that it would be the individual business and operator. So we have sort of like the master applicant, and then, you know, depending on what type of incidental business uses or accessory business uses, you know, they could kind of work that amongst themselves, but we would be operating under, you know, one applicant for that entire space.
Okay, great. And because this is a new amount of opportunities that a business would be able to take on that may not have been within their sort of mindset before, will there be communication, or what will that look like to get out to the community in that regard?
Yeah, we can work with our communications team to see, you know, what type of outreach and advertising we can do based on tonight's, you know, vote.
It's looking good. My understanding was that this came from a program that's been a part of the Chamber of Commerce's work alongside the city to make sure that businesses' needs are being responded to. So this was probably a learning from a lot of that work, and I appreciate you all bringing it to us. Thank you so much. I don't think there's any other comments tonight, and there's a motion and a second on the floor already. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. We'll move to our next zone text amendment, item C2, adopting new policies, regulations, design standards, and definitions for shared housing buildings and shared housing units in the city of West Hollywood. The public hearing is now open. See any disclosures from council members? How is this hearing noticed?
As required by law, Mayor.
Wonderful. Back over to our city staff for your presentation. Thank you. Oh, we did that one already. Oh. There we go. Do we need a full staff report on this one? I see we don't have any public comment signed up to speak. No? Do you have questions, or you have lots of questions? Would a report be helpful? A brief report and then lots of questions from Councilmember Meister. Okay, great.
Great. Great. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Tahira Ferris, a senior planner with the Long Range Planning Division of the Community Development Department. I'll provide a brief presentation on our proposed zone text amendment for shared housing. So quick agenda rundown. So just a quick overview. Shared housing, which is also known as co-living, is a new form of multifamily housing that is often seen as more affordable than traditional multifamily. And I'll just keep moving along. So the city's housing element program number 17 identifies objectives to define and permit different types of housing, including shared housing, microunits, and other residential and commercial subdivisions, flexible living opportunities that would create more affordable housing options within the city. So the proposed zone text amendment is defining shared housing buildings as well as shared housing units. You can see the definitions on the screen. Essentially, each shared housing unit would count as its own, or each bedroom, bathroom, suite would be its own individual unit. There would be 5 or so bedrooms that share common areas such as dining space, recreational space, and other living space. So just a potential layout of what a shared housing design might look like. There's, I believe, 5 units there that would be sharing common areas. We do have regulations around this, so where these units would be allowed in multifamily residential zones as well as commercial zones. We have standards to regulate some basic living standards such as building maintenance. These units would be required to comply with existing multifamily standards as well. We have some standards for operations and management. And then we also address things like making sure that there is a private bathroom within each bedroom, and then storage, and making sure there's appropriate space for the combined and shared areas, the common dining and recreational spaces. Again, shared storage spaces, making sure that there's enough square footage to accommodate the units that they're serving. And then vehicle and bicycle parking would fall under the existing standards of the code. So this CTA has been in process for a while and has been kind of pushed back due to some scheduling conflicts, but we are finally here. The Planning Commission did recommend approval in April of this year, and just to make a quick correction for the record, the staff report on page 8 mentions that the Planning Commission vote was 6-0 in our favor of this. It was actually 6-1. There was one no vote, so just a correction to that. And that concludes my presentation, so I'm happy to take any questions.
Councilmember Meister, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, I can.
Thank you.
I don't know if we have a lot of public commenters.
We have no public comment on this item.
I think we have one I was going to say we have one
Should
public
we start
comment.
there and then come to your questions?
I can start
ahead.
and then because maybe Victor will say something that the light bulb will go on. So you have in the presentation that building owners are responsible for maintenance of common areas. Is a living room considered a common area?
Yes, that's correct.
So the building owner is going to go in and just clean the living room, and then the people in the bedrooms are responsible for their bedroom and bathroom. Is that the idea?
So the building owner would be responsible for their cleaning and maintenance plan. So they would, it would probably be in the lease contract with each tenant, what that looks like and how often they come in and when they come in to do cleaning. But yeah, each individual bedroom, bathroom, suite, if you want to call it, would be responsible for their own space. So essentially it looks almost like a studio unit that then has these other shared spaces outside of their bedroom.
Could you put the picture back up of what it might look like, just do the example? So what is the average size that we're thinking these units would be?
So these could be, so right now we have studio units could be any size. There's regulations for micro units where it's defined as less than 425 square feet. These bedrooms, though, the state law where it talks about shared housing units, and specifically that's around the density bonus law, it prohibits us from putting any limitations on minimum unit size. So there's no regulation for what the minimum size would be, but on average they could be between, 300 to 400 square feet.
No, but I mean the whole. A unit is actually the bedrooms and the living rooms, right?
No, the way that we've defined it is the unit would just be the bedroom and the bathroom, and so that unit might have its own little kitchenette inside and separate space. The shared areas are not part of the unit.
So that brings me to my big question, is each unit or bedroom, bathroom, possible kitchenette, is that considered a unit for RENA?
It is, yeah. That's why we defined it that way, so that they would be self-contained living spaces that would count towards RENA.
Okay. I wish you had put that in the staff report. I didn't see it, at least.
The state just updated definitions for shared housing units, which specifically called out that these can be counted towards RENA. So that was just a change that happened, I think, just recently, maybe 2022. So.
And the reason I was asking how large would the whole, a shared space be with the bedrooms is because I'm just wondering, if it's something like 1,500 square feet or 1,200 square feet and you have 4 bedrooms, you could have micro units that are 300 square feet each and not have the issues that you might have with having people sharing space. So my other question is, so is each unit then going to have its own mailbox?
Yes, that is a requirement that each unit has its own mailbox, yeah.
Okay, so that's it for now. Thank you.
Yeah, any other questions from my colleagues? We'll go to public comment before, so just questions at this point? No? Okay, Victor Olmonchenko. Oh, sorry, Victor, 1 second. We have one question, and then we'll come to you.
Apologize, Victor. This ZTA came about through a couple of different ways, but is it stemming from the project that was on Fountain and Fairfax with the aspect of the code that we didn't have with shared living spaces there in RENA from years ago? So I know we had a lot of questions on that appeal. I remember Councilmember Meister when we were, God, that was 4 years ago now, 3 years ago. But I remember there were specific parts of our code that didn't talk about shared, to her point exactly with the RENA numbers and the living spaces. This is not, how do you say it? This isn't a problem, and this isn't a solution in search of another problem. We're trying to close the circle, right? Because we didn't have this in our code.
Correct, yes.
And that appeal that we rejected was a reason, partially so.
Yeah, it wasn't clearly defined as a use in the code at that time when they came in with that application. So
Thank you. That was a roundabout way of me asking you a long question from many years ago, but Councilmember Meister knew what I was speaking about.
If I can add, Councilmember, the housing element actually asks us to look at different new typologies of housing that may be able to help us with housing production in the city. And micro units was one, shared housing was one. We're going to see a couple more coming down the pipeline based off of that directive in the housing element.
Thank you. We'll turn it to our public commenter, Victor Olmonchenko. We're really ready for you this time.
But am I ready? Victor Olmonchenko. I wasn't able to attend the Planning Commission meeting, but I see that whenever I see the term zone text amendment, I realize that it's kind of like an amendment to our city's general plan and constitution. And so I know that this concept has been developed in other cities, and that I believe the project, as Councilmember Erickson had mentioned, this may stem from that issue of the northwest corner of Fairfax and Fountain in my neighborhood. I'm rambling a little bit, but this kind of reminds me, I've been watching a lot of film noir from the 50s, and it reminds me of kind of like a single room occupancy, an SRO in a hotel, or like kind of dormitory living. And I think there's this euphemism saying it's shared housing. So I wonder whether, is it a new typology or is it a kind of a reversion to what we had many years ago as we try to address, the need for more housing units. So I'm happy to hear that whatever is developed, that these would count toward our RENA numbers. But as Councilmember Meister mentioned, who's going to clean the living room? That's important. And I think I saw on the diagram that there was a kitchen and a dining room. So I would ask also who would be cleaning those if you want to be sure that a place is kept up to speed and not turn into a dingy film noir type hotel situation. So that said, it'll be interesting to see how this develops. I know it says we're limiting it to certain areas of the city, and given that, I'm curious, will only certain areas of the city kind of be bearing the brunt of the development of these things? Will it be on commercial corridors, or will we extend these shared housing opportunities to other areas, like, for example, the congregate living facility that was supposed to be developed on Palm Avenue? So I just throw those thoughts out, but this is an interesting zone text amendment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe that concludes our public comment. We have no one else signed up on Zoom or in chambers. Terrific. We'll come back to council member comments. Councilmember Meister, did you sign back up again? Okay, a couple more questions. Go for it.
So I'm just wondering, if this type of housing has been done in other places, do we know if it's successful? Is it something that works?
Yeah, so we've seen some models around just even like the LA region and other cities where it does seem to be successful, but it's driven by the market demand, so what developers see as a need and what, people will ultimately lease, we'll have yet to see that here, if it'll be something that people really take advantage of here. But there are some successful models, yeah.
And to Victor's question, a kitchen and a dining room and a living room, that would all be common space that would be taken care of and maintained, right, by the landlord, the property owner?
Yeah, I mean, it could depend, because if you're living in a space with shared spaces, there may be some people might take it upon themselves to clean up after themselves. So what that minimum level of maintenance that the building operation or building management provides will depend on, what's in each contract.
But I
So-
mean, in terms of what you have in the ZTA, where you say common space must be maintained by the
Yeah.
property owner. So his question was, if a space has, like in the picture you had up, the drawing, that the kitchen and there's one kitchen, one living room, one dining room, that is all considered common space, is my point.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And then, so this is the part that really is important to me. Are all of the bedrooms and bathrooms and the kitchen ADA compliant, ADA accessible, universal design?
So every development would have to comply with ADA standards and building code. So the building code also has ADA regulations that they have to comply with. That
Universal design is
yeah,
what I mean.
and so
Yeah.
that's on the developer to, the zoning code wouldn't enforce those, but there are obviously other regulations that they have to comply with. So whatever's in those codes, it would be on the developer's responsibility to make sure that they're in compliance.
But could we require universal design? In order to have equity so that people with disabilities could rent as easily as someone who doesn't have disabilities.
For every unit? Is that the
Yes,
question?
for every unit. It's a ZTA. It's the city's choice, I think, to be able to require that if that's a new ZTA.
I think one of the issues is we don't have universal design regulations in the zoning code that would be specific to zoning. So there are building and safety regulations, and again, there's ADA regulations, federal regulations, but the zoning code doesn't specifically have universal design regulations.
Well, we passed something several years ago, Council, to move forward with universal design for all affordable units and affordable projects. So I thought universal design was part of what if we didn't have it, we were working on it.
Yes, and a couple of considerations, Councilmember. Because we're dealing with housing, and because universal design will more than likely be an additional cost above just a standard unit, we may be preempted by state law in requiring universal design for all units because we might be making housing infeasible. Or we could be challenged by a developer saying that that particular restriction, because it costs more money, may actually be making housing infeasible for this particular type of development.
Even though it's a objective requirement. It's not subjective, it's objective.
Right.
Design requirements with accessibility requirements.
Well, no, universal design, the point with that is that anyone with disabilities or people who don't have disabilities when they start out, but then they're aging in place and they can then use, still be able to use their restroom and use be able to use the kitchen. So what I'm saying is in order for this to be equitable, that we should, and we're creating this ETA to consider that maybe all units have that kind of universal design.
And the problem that we're trying to solve for in that is that to make sure that people living with disabilities would be able to utilize this unit.
Yeah, or any unit, because if the units fill up or they have to move to a different room or whatever
And wouldn't new housing have to comport with the American Disabilities Act? So
yeah, but it's different than universal design. The ADA compliance, ADA is different than universal design, right? Isn't it?
Yes and no. Universal design adds a little bit sort of extra than what's required for ADA. For just a standalone development, obviously they have to meet, state and federal ADA guidelines. In our particular ordinance, the way that it's drafted, all of the open space areas will have to be ADA accessible. So I think what Councilmember Meister is referring to is like, can we make each of the units themselves go above and beyond what's required by the state or the federal government for accessibility? And that's where I think I'm having some reservations, just because we may be preempted by housing law.
So is that the case?
Well, and
Lauren?
we don't have those standards yet, so this is a little bit of a hypothetical question, right? Could you require these
Right.
units when you have universal, because we don't have the standards yet of exactly the objective parts that would be required. Those are still in the works. Is that correct?
Yes, that's further down on our prioritization list, but that's something that we're exploring, yes.
Right. So maybe it's something you could function on this ordinance tonight, and then when universal design comes back, we can see which types of housing it can be applied to in compliance with the building code and any preemption concepts that might be at play. But if we don't have the standards here tonight, we couldn't adopt that as part of this ordinance if we don't know what we're telling the developers to build yet.
Okay.
Okay. Is that the end of your questions for now?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
it for now.
Okay, Vice Mayor Heilman?
I wanted to thank you for this. I guess I wanted to go back to your point about the market and how the market really isn't building this right now. From my recollection, I think the only project that we've seen that has proposed this is that one project on Fairfax, correct? So we're really talking about having some standards in place if the marketplace changes and people start wanting to develop this kind of housing, that we would at least have some standards in place so everyone knows what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do. I don't think we're going to see a big influx of people coming in and trying to build these because there isn't that kind of demand. I think most people don't want to buy or rent a unit where they're sharing the living space and the living room and the dining area and the kitchen with 5 other strangers. So I don't see where this is going to happen a lot. There is a project outside of West Hollywood that Alternative Living for the Aging did as a senior project that was this kind of project where there was a shared living area and dining area and kitchen. And it makes perfect sense for that population where you have a management company facilitating, and it was a great model. But it's very costly as well. So I don't think we need to debate the requirements here too much, since I don't see us actually having many of these projects built. But I do think the standards you've come up with are appropriate and they make sense. On the universal design issue, which isn't part of the staff report, I agree with the city attorney. We should wait until we have those to determine where we're going to impose them. Wouldn't make sense to impose them here when we're not imposing them on all of the other housing types that are currently in the development stage. And I know it's not really before us, but I think we have to be very careful that we don't, in the guise of making housing more accessible to those with disabilities, also make it more unaffordable for everyone. And I'm sure that's not the goal. And I think we also have to be mindful that universal design guidelines for those who don't have disabilities, they may adversely impact those who don't have disabilities. So we want to make sure that housing is built and that we are inclusive and that we are designing housing for people with a whole range of abilities without increasing the affordability issues and making some housing undesirable for others. So that's a big challenge, but that's not before us tonight, and I support the ordinance.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank staff on this. I do support this CTA before us, and I just want to reiterate that the cost to build housing, especially different types of housing, continues to go up. The demand is very low, and so these options are available. If the pandemic, what Vice Mayor Heilman was talking about, probably if the pandemic didn't occur, which would make many of our lives a lot better, I think this would be a different type of housing capability across the region. There was one in Hollywood at one time that was going on. I don't know if that's still going. I remember the mayor and I went to an event ages ago about that space on Hollywood Boulevard, but specifically, you know, having this tool, because that was an issue with that one project, is I think something that we should put forward. And I just want to make sure that we want to keep the cost down, because it still costs more to build an affordable housing unit than it does a parking space in Los Angeles County, and that's a problem. So thank you for this, and I appreciate it.
Councilmember Hang.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, as my colleagues had mentioned earlier, I think that this is an issue that we should be discussing and kind of be tackling now. It's better for me to define what shared housing is now on our terms before we're being kind of dictated to by the state. And, you know, it's much better to go for a good design with clear standards than have unregulated co-living pop-ups that might pop over in the city. So it's best that we have this discussion now. And as for me, I think it's about giving people more options, not less. And not everybody, you know, needs a 5-bedroom apartment. Some people just might need a little studio and they're content. And this will create a market that will grant more affordability for people that are aging in place, LGBT people, people maybe on a lower socioeconomic status level that are service workers in our city might be able to afford to live here too. So I fully support this project, and I wholly believe in it, and thank you.
Thank you all for the discussion, and thank you for the report and the work on the ZTA. I'm also really excited about the idea of shared co-living communal housing. I think the project Councilmember Erickson is referring to is called Treehouse, and it was really targeted, you know, towards a younger population of people, actually kind of folks new to LA or trying to build community, and this form of housing really allows people to do that. So while we haven't seen much yet, I think paving the pathway for there to be some, and to imagine that a whole new generation is thinking about housing and living together and living in cities differently, and I think this type of housing will uniquely help get us there. There were some aspects of the design standards I had concerns about, just as we think about what it means to standardize some of these elements of development that turn into costs. And I think as we start to reach a scenario that is more real than the ZTA itself, we'll start to navigate how, you know, maybe burdensome or complicated some of these are. But at this point in time, I'm really happy with what you've brought forward and excited to see it go forward. So I think we have a motion and a second on the table now. If there's no other questions or comments, the public testimony is closed. I'll make certain. And we're voting 5-0. Thank you all so much for your work on this. And we'll move to our third and final public hearing tonight. Item C3 are equitable building performance standards. The public hearing is now open. Do we have any disclosures from council members? No? City Clerk, how is this hearing noticed?
As required by law, Mayor.
Terrific. And we do have 2 public commenters signed up, just so we know as we're getting into the presentation whenever our staff is ready.
While she's setting up, I will introduce. I'm Jennifer Alkire. I'm the Acting Director of Community Development still. I'm still here with Francisco Contreras, the Long Range Planning Manager. Senior Planner Christine Shen will be giving the presentation momentarily once everything is set up and ready to go.
I don't think we need a long presentation, Christine. Oh. Oh, okay, great. Let's go into that presentation in full. We're excited. Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Sounds good. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I will be giving a 5-minute presentation on equitable building performance standards, which aim to improve the energy performance of existing buildings in West Hollywood. It is a critical program needed to reach the city's carbon neutrality goal while also meeting other citywide goals for building retrofits, maintenance of aging housing stock, and public health. In 2021, City Council adopted the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, also known as CAP, and established a goal to reach carbon neutrality by 2035. To meet carbon neutrality, the city needs to significantly reduce emissions, which is why City Council directed staff to develop a policy that will improve existing buildings. We started this project early last year with technical analysis and round 1 of engagement. We used the stakeholder feedback and technical analysis to help draft the policy last fall, and this February we posted the draft policy for community and stakeholder to review and provide input. As part of that, we mailed over 4,000 postcards to notify potentially impacted owners about the draft policy that they could comment on and engagement opportunities. Between February and May, staff hosted multiple office hours, workshops, surveys, and attended commission and advisory board meetings. Based on the feedback we received from all of those engagements, we revised the ordinance to what you're seeing today. So what is a building performance standard? A building performance standard requires existing buildings covered by this policy to meet specific energy use or emissions performance targets by a deadline. The targets get more ambitious over time to achieve enhanced performance. And it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. There are different targets for different property types, and the amount of work required to comply and meet those standards will depend on the actual performance of a building. A policy that improves existing buildings not only helps the city meet its climate goals, it has the benefits of creating healthier and more comfortable homes. And when folks don't need to use as much energy to cool or heat their space to a comfortable temperature, it has the potential to save money on their energy bills. The buildings are also incentivized to add on-site solar and storage, which increases resiliency. So West Hollywood has a little over 5,100 existing buildings. We see that multifamily housing accounts for the majority of buildings and building areas in the city, and correspondingly produces the most greenhouse gas emissions. We typically see building performance standards target larger buildings since those have the highest greenhouse gas impacts. To maximize greenhouse gas reductions and the tenants that ultimately benefit from healthier buildings, our team recommends a 20,000 square foot threshold, which would mean that all buildings larger than 20,000 square feet would be subject to this policy. A 20,000 square foot threshold would only impact 6% of the buildings in West Hollywood, which is about 310 buildings. With only 6% of the city's buildings, the city can reach 30% of its emissions reduction goal and improve 20% of its housing units. The state already requires buildings over 50,000 square feet to annually report their energy data, which is also known as benchmarking. The proposed ordinance expands that benchmarking requirement to buildings over 20,000 square feet. And in the first year, the data that the buildings submit would need to be verified by a third party. Down the line, the covered buildings would need to meet and maintain interim and final performance targets. If a target is not able to be achieved, there is another way to comply while demonstrating progress through the Building Performance Action Plan. So this is a visualization of the compliance pathways. The buildings will follow a straightforward process to either be compliant by meeting the performance standards, which is the part below, or they have the option to create a long-term action plan on how they will eventually meet the next performance target. And that is the top pathway, also known as the Building Performance Action Plan pathway. So successful implementation of a policy like this is going to require supporting our building owners. The city can do that by offering flexibility, which has already been baked into the ordinance you see. The Building Performance Action Plan allows building owners to time their upgrades with the life cycle of their existing appliances and their capital expense plans. And then based on feedback we received this spring from condo and historical building stakeholders, the ordinance was recently revised to allow adjustments for condos and historical buildings based on their unique needs and ownership structure. The city can provide outreach and education to help building owners navigate the requirements through a help desk, workshop, and webinars, and web content that folks can refer to. We also recommend providing technical and financial assistance to support building owners in meeting performance targets, which will ultimately require funding to make energy efficiency and electrification upgrades. So as mentioned in the staff report, this is one of the most impactful programs, as well as resource-intensive programs in the CAP. So there will be a need for third-party software and services, as well as internal staffing capacity. The good news is that the city doesn't need to provide the support alone. There are existing programs that already offer financial and technical assistance for better buildings. During policy implementation, staff will continue collaborating with these partners to share resources with our community. That concludes the presentation. City staff and the project team are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your work on this. I know you have questions. Do you want to start there and then we'll go to public comment? Okay. Okay, great. So we have 3 people signed up for public comment now. Kevin Burton, we'll start with you, followed by Joseph Dickstein, and then Victor Olmanchenko next.
Good evening again. Kevin Burton, City of West Hollywood. And I just want to state my support for the Building Performance Standard Ordinance and the city's climate action plan and staff's efforts to bring that to implementation. I think it's very important that the building performance standards that now apply to new buildings be applied to the older buildings, which for decades the multifamily unit building owners have been able to avoid. And this is one of the forward steps that this ordinance will bring into implementation. I just wanted to express a little concern about this 20,000 square foot minimum and only affecting 6%. I understand the argument of, well, the larger buildings have the greatest effect on carbon emissions, and so you want to target them. But that's only 6%. And if you have 25% that are smaller buildings, then the aggregate effect on the city's carbon emissions would be large. So I don't know how many apartments, mid-century apartments for a lot of these 2-story rent-controlled apartment buildings can be fit into 20,000 square feet. But I'm quite concerned that this is a somewhat arbitrary and very high minimum, and that this ordinance should apply to many more 2-story apartment buildings in West Hollywood. I'm also supportive of staff efforts to accelerate implementation of the ordinance, because the original estimate was something like 10 years. One would hope it wouldn't take so long. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Joseph, I don't see Joseph in chambers. Victor Olmanchenko.
Victor Olmanchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident. And I'm going to speak as an individual member of the West Hollywood Preservation Alliance, and I'm happy to see that the staff has said that consideration will be made under these new standards for buildings of historical import in the city, of which we have over 100 now, and many of them are residential buildings, many of them like the Granville Tower on Crescent Heights, the other ones I can see being affected by this. And because these buildings are older and it takes a lot to keep them up and we want to keep them in our reservoir of historic buildings and historic cultural resources, that, some measures are made to help out the owners of these historic buildings, one of which may appear soon on a survey that's being done by the city. It's the Courtyards complex on Kings Road, south of Gelson's. It was built on the land that once housed the 1911 structure, the Dodge Mansion. And when I hear the word 20,000 square feet, I wonder whether that complex is covered, because it's really little townhouses, like 2 and 3 stories. So are we going to aggregate that number? I haven't seen or reviewed the list, and I'm just curious whether we account for that kind of a complex, which is like, has a bunch of scattered units, but will also hopefully at some point appear on this historic survey. I certainly think that this is an interesting way of tackling the climate issue, and I love learning details like that we have 5,103 buildings. And all I want to say is I think it's probably time to have such standards, especially since we're going to be seeing a new 34-story possible structure on La Brea at Romaine. And so we need to be careful about the carbon emissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll bring back the discussion to this dais. We don't have any more people on. Okay, great. So we'll close the public testimony portion as well. Councilmember Meister, we'll turn to you.
Thank you. I wish this was lower so I could see you, or I was taller, one or the other. So can you just explain to me, first of all, so 6% of the buildings are over 20,000 square feet, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so is it that we are excluding condominiums and excluding historic units, historic buildings?
So there are 2 major parts to the ordinance. The first part is benchmarking, which is the annual reporting. The second part is meeting the performance targets. For condos, they're required to benchmark, and their common areas and shared systems are required to meet performance standards, but not the inside of the individually owned units.
Okay.
So it'll be a lot easier for the condos to meet the performance targets when it is just the common space and not the individual units that are owned by multiple individuals in the condo.
Okay, because I don't know if you saw, we got a pretty lengthy email from someone, very concerned about how condominium HOAs are going to be affected by this ZTA. So, I guess one of my questions is, because we had this same challenge when we came forward with the seismic ordinance. Did we do outreach specifically to the condominium buildings in our city?
So the 4,000 postcards that were mailed to potentially impacted property owners included the individual units, owners of condo units. So they were notified when we posted the ordinance for comment and review, as well as invited to the office hours and workshops that we hosted to gather their input. And based off of the input we did receive from condo stakeholders, we revised the ordinance to carve out the individual units being regulated by this ordinance. So it only regulates the common areas and shared systems.
Okay, I'm just wondering how many condominiums owners did we really talk to? Only because we went through this with seismic, and I just don't want to see blowback afterwards because people are outraged because they didn't know anything about it or didn't understand how it affected them because it wasn't, real, they didn't hear these explanations. So I guess I'm concerned about that. I'm mostly supportive of this, and I'm concerned that, like, again, the experience with the seismic ordinance was that we ended up having to basically stop and then go back. And I know that, Jackie Rocco could tell you and some other people that we literally had to have, specific meetings with condominium owners, and Jackie probably still has that list of buildings somewhere. I just want to make sure that we did everything we could to reach out to them, especially since we see a 7-page email, pretty detailed about the ZTA.
So yes, we did do our best to reach out to all the potentially impacted building owners. The postcards that were mailed were very explicit in saying that your property or building may be impacted by this proposed policy, to try to create some sense of urgency for folks to pay attention.
And did we talk to HOA management companies or the HOAs?
The postcards were mailed to the the owners of the condo units. I don't believe we had, or the person we did the mailing had the address or contacts of the property management for each HOA.
But we did have it, though, from dealing with the seismic issue, because we went and got it. I mean, that's what basically had to happen. I'm not saying you would know this, but we went through this, and so staff would have this somewhere, this information.
Something that we can do is, as part of kind of like follow-up to the ordinance tonight, we have a whole series of sort of additional workshops that we need to do, and just to provide just more clarity for folks. Folks are not going to engage unless something is imminent or upon them. So what we can do is we can target not only the individual condo owners again, but we can then also target some of the larger management companies if we have that information. I don't think that their feedback will be any different than what we heard from the individual condo owners that have already sort of informed the development of the particular zoning ordinance. Because the comment letter was something that was submitted to us, I think, even months before, which kind of helped shape to the carve-outs that we did for the ZTA that's before you today.
Okay, and then just my last question. Have you discussed this with SCE? And I'm asking only because we know that there are infrastructure issues with SCE. We constantly have brownouts during, heat events. Are we sure that SCE can handle this over the next few years?
So we have monthly meetings with SCE to update them on the progress of this policy, as well as other energy-related programming. Their answer would be yes, because they've been so involved in the development of this policy.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. I do want to start by saying I'm in one of the buildings that would be affected, and I did speak to the city attorney, and we both concluded that I'm able to participate because this affects a whole range of buildings, including mine. So I'm one of many people who are affected by this ordinance. I want to thank you for clarifying that just like single-family homes are exempt, individually owned condo units are also exempt from the requirements. And in terms of notification, if you mail to all of the owners of the condos, that would include the board members. So clearly the board members received an individual notification. So even if you didn't reach out to the property manager themselves, that they likely would have received notification. But I think Councilmember Meister's suggestion that we reach out directly to the manager where there is a building manager on site or the off-site property management company. I appreciate your staff report. It's very academic. And so as somebody in academia, I really appreciate all the thought that went into it. Maybe that's a little bit of a criticism too, because one of the aspects of this that I think is lacking in the report is sort of the tangible impacts for individual buildings. And I think that may be something that we should be looking at. There's a lot in here about the technical assistance we'll provide. All of that is great. But I think we need some real prototypes so we have an understanding of what kind of obligation are we imposing on our residents. So a typical apartment building or condo building of 20,000 square feet, what are the costs likely going to be? Possibly replacing the roof or updating the roof. If they have a gas water boiler, changing that to electric, what is the cost of that? So I think that might be something that, I don't know if we can do it in between first reading and second reading, have that kind of information, because I think that's, this is all great. We're all in favor of improving the environment and reducing carbon input. But the bottom line is people are going to have to pay for this. And so we're going to have to figure out what is it that we're talking about. For all condo associations, they have a reserve study, and that tells them when they need to replace various components. That might be something we want to look at as well. If there is something that needs to be done, but the reserve study says that the replacement is in 7 years, maybe that's acceptable in terms of compliance, because if we move that up in the schedule, then other required items that need to be replaced are going to be deferred or not done when they need to be done. So that might be something that we consider to make this more flexible and to improve the likelihood that we'll actually go ahead and get compliance. So I'm generally supportive of this. I understand the need to do it, but I'd like that, some examples of prototypes so that when we do the outreach, people know this could potentially, cost over the next 3 to 7 years this amount, but it may be things that people are already budgeting for in their reserve study. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Hing?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you very much for this report. It was very academic. I learned a lot. And question for you, do you foresee there to be any possible state grants in the future that might help with any of these, with funding? Anything in the pipeline, or is that basically through?
Yes, we do foresee that. I know that the California Energy Commission has multiple grants and programs that they're building to support equitable building decarbonization, and the rest of the state is also thinking about building decarbonization as well. So we do expect some funding to come online, and we did recently execute an agreement with Clean Power Alliance for funding to support this work.
Yeah, and we do expect that, we do expect that people will be able to kind of stack incentives and grants and rebates on top of each other, probably to cover, a larger percentage of some of the, potential retrofits, so which I think would also be very, very helpful. And those are some of the things that maybe property owners may not know, but it's something that we're gonna try and kind of help them navigate through the technical assistance that we'll be offering.
Thank you. And I know one of our public commenters, Mr. Burton, had mentioned earlier the smaller scale buildings, less than 20,000 square feet. Can we possibly look into exploring programs or incentives for smaller buildings so that they are not left behind in the process, that they also benefit from this as well?
Yes, so there are existing programs that could support smaller buildings as well as buildings covered by this policy. And we do plan on using the help desk and outreach and education in the implementation of this policy to share the available programs that folks can take advantage of with or without being covered by this policy.
And can historical preservation designation be used to abuse this, to get out of compliance?
So we currently only have 2 cultural historic resources that are over 20,000 square feet from the list I last saw. And we would work with them on basically working with the historic preservation ordinance as well as this one. So there would be some back and forth between us and those building owners.
Are you suggesting that someone would seek designation as a cultural resource in order to take advantage of certain aspects of this program?
No, to avoid.
To avoid being, yeah, exactly. So anyone that nominates a property for historic preservation, we would review it in the current historic preservation planning division. It goes through a rigorous review of the different criteria under which it can be nominated and designated. Then it goes to the Historic Preservation Commission. They review it, and then it comes to this body for final decision. So there's a vetting process for properties that are nominated and designated for historic preservation, and we're pretty rigorous on those.
Thank you. And I am in support of this item. It's smart, data-driven, and it centers on equity for our community. And it'll make our community healthier, our buildings healthier, and it'll make our city more resilient for our future. Thank you.
Councilmember Meister?
Sorry, I just had 2 more questions. So do we know how many of these buildings are rent stabilized?
About 100.
About 100, okay. And then, so the reason I ask is because one of the other things that we may want to think about as we think about helping buildings do this is, my concern is that what's going to happen is rent stabilized buildings, those property owners are going to say, I don't need this crap, I'm just going to sell the building, and then what will end up happening is those people will end up being evicted, displaced, so that a new building can be built. And so what I would like to see is for us to also think about what financial assistance we can provide to rent stabilized buildings if they show that they're eligible financially because of such low rents or whatever it is that is driving their financial situation. So, because I don't want to see our tenants be displaced because of this. I mean, I'm supportive of this item. I'm supportive of the goals of this item, but I don't want to see us then end up, getting our residents in a bad position because of it. So I would like to see us do that. And then my last question was just, did this ZTA go to Planning Commission?
This doesn't amend the zoning code, so it did not go to the Planning Commission.
I mean, it might have been helpful only because it had to do with the climate action plan, and I think Planning Commission was part of the climate action plan, so it might have been nice to see a recommendation from them. But that's it.
Any other comments or questions from my colleagues? I'll just add a few notes myself. I'm glad to hear Clean Power Alliance in partnership with this. I know they have really amazing technical tools available to think about some of that financial stacking for businesses. So as we're able to bring that online, I think to Kevin Burton's point, some of the smaller buildings in our community may benefit from that as well. But I do think that the threshold you found at 20,000 square feet is appropriate with how much it covers, how big of an opportunity we have there. And I know what I read in the staff report was that there's other work ongoing through this to make sure that those smaller buildings have the same sort of look and ability to up-level their needs and modernize those buildings. I mean, as much as this is a climate action plan, it's a tenant rights program also. We know that people are having a harder time making their lives work in these buildings, especially as people are increasingly working from home in hot buildings. And so I'm really thrilled that we're putting a long-term plan in place. I know that a lot of this is also about making sure that we can support buildings in making the conversion, so we're not put into really precarious scenarios where those buildings feel forced to sell because that's the only situation they may be in. So I agree that 10 years is a really long time to see these changes made, but I also know that it's really aggressive in reality when it comes to our community, to assembling the resources, and to the rest of the way the country is looking at similar programs. So kudos to you for finding that sweet spot, I think, for our city. And I'm eager to see, as we have the difficult conversations around implementation, what we learn from it. So I don't know what timeline a report back to this council would look like. I heard from Francisco that there's a number of community meetings and workshops still to go. So I'll leave it to you all to find that out. I don't think we need to put that into this item, but I do think an update would be important. As you said, this is one of the most significant programs under the Climate Action Plan. It impacts a number of the buildings in our community, the community members themselves. We know that the county tomorrow is also offering their own extreme heat ordinance that's sort of looking at different ways that temperature controls would be measured in buildings, and they're also going to be going through a lot of learning. So I think through these two things happening at once, there's a great effort underway right now to make sure through buildings and the way we modernize them, people are better supported in our emerging climate chaos. So I'm excited and thrilled for the work that you all did and really grateful. And I think we have a second. I'll put the second up there if I have to. But do we have any other comments or questions from this dais tonight? Okay.
The motion is with the direction that has been given by council to follow up on those items. Are you clear on
the condominium?
For getting prototypes of the buildings, of how much that would cost, looking at how it would impact our rent stabilized housing. I think those were the two primary directions that were given. And additional outreach to the buildings that are affected, all of them.
So outreach to condominiums, tangible interpretations to building owners of this and how that can be incorporated, and so that they can make sure it's in the reserve studies.
No, actually, that information is coming to us.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. With that, we will start voting.
I think.
One moment.
Okay.
I think you have a need for
question.
Yes, Council Vice Mayor Hammond, we were wondering when would you like us to return back with that information? We
No.
can. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, ideally, it would be before we actually adopt this. This is being introduced on first reading, so it has to come back on second reading. Could we delay that for a month? Would that give you time to have some of those prototypes?
Yeah, yes, we have some of those prototypes that we just probably were not in the staff report, so we can do that, and then we can gather up some of the additional information, and we can, wrap that up into a staff report.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it would be great for us to have that.
Okay.
The tangible, what is this going to cost a typical building or several typical buildings before we actually adopt it on second reading.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. So we'll continue voting with that. And the motion passes 5-0.
Wonderful. Thank you for the report and the work on this amazing program. We can move to item E1, unfinished business. It's our commission and advisory board appointments and reappointments.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The item before you is returning with the at-large appointments to the Historic Preservation Commission. And as part of that, there were a couple of questions by the council that I was asked to provide additional information on. So I want to share that with the council as well. The questions related to the Historic Preservation Commission specifically and our designation from the state as a cultural heritage, the Certified Local Government Program from the state of California. And so one of the questions that was asked was, what was that requirement? And so I worked with planning staff and they provided that information. And mainly it was that there wasn't training, it was actually degrees that were required, whether that was a master's degree in history or cultural heritage or urban planning. And so that information, along with the application that we submit to the state each year to continue that designation, was shared with the council. Additionally, the council asked of the applicants that submitted applications for this, including our two current at-large appointees, which of those qualified for that. And so there were 3 applicants who qualified for that. One of them is Jessica Hensier. One of them is our current appointee, Gail Ostergren, and another one is Andrew Goodrich. So those 3 individuals meet that qualification and would allow us to continue. The other question from the council was, is there any training that could be provided to the current commissioners? And as I shared earlier, it's not training, it's actual education. We also looked at the requirements, and our interpretation is, do we have to have 2 individuals on the commission in order to maintain that designation? And it's not necessarily, but it is a best practice, and if we do have applicants that meet that, then we're encouraged to include those individuals on our commission. And so with that, I will open up the nominations for the 2 at-large positions to the HPC, unless the council has additional questions before we proceed. Okay, great. Do we have any nominations? Councilmember Heng.
Thank you, City Clerk. I'd like to nominate Andrew Goodrich.
Okay.
I would like to nominate Amy Zvi and Jessica Hensier.
Okay, any other nominations?
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Gail Ostergren and Jessica Hansier.
Any others? Okay, seeing none, I will now do a roll call vote. Councilmember Erickson.
Amy and Jessica.
Councilmember Heng.
Goodrich.
Councilmember Meister.
Gail and Jessica.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Jessica and Gail.
Mayor Byers.
Jessica and Goodrich.
So we have 3 votes for Jessica Hensier. So she will take one of the positions. And then do we want to do another vote for the other position? Okay, let's do another vote. Do we want to do the same nominees? Okay, so.
Vote for one, right?
Yeah, vote for one. Councilmember Erickson.
Andrew.
Councilmember Heng.
Andrew.
Councilmember Meister.
Andrew.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
you go.
We got the
Amy.
3.
She didn't have the phone.
Thank you.
Okay, so the 2 new at-large appointees to the Historic Preservation Commission are Andrew Goodrich and Jessica Hensier. The other position we have to fill this evening is the at-large position to the Transgender Advisory Board. Are we ready to make that appointment this evening?
Yes?
Yeah,
Is it
sure.
a no? Okay.
Let's do
I
it.
think it's a yes.
All right, I will open nominations.
Hold on.
I'd like to nominate Mariah Darling.
And it's 2 or 1?
It's 2. I think I misspoke earlier.
And Shane Nash, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Mariah Darling, Shane Nash, any others?
I would like to nominate Maria Hinayan.
Any other nominations? Okay, seeing none.
I'll just throw 2 more names out there. Aurelia Betka and Marcus Barrington.
What was the first name?
Aurelia Betka.
Okay.
Wait, so this is at large.
Any others?
Oh, quick question.
Yeah.
So could you just go over the names real quick? Because I'm trying to mark them down on this list real quick that
Yeah,
you sent to us.
Currently, the nominees on the floor are Mariah Darling,
Okay.
Shane Nash,
Okay.
Maria Hinayan,
Okay.
Marcus Barrington, and Aurelia Betka.
Great. And then AJ, Mallory, and Daniel are the at-large appointments. They have not been nominated, correct?
Correct.
Great. I would like to nominate Mallory Robinson.
Melissa, didn't you indicate that there were attendance issues with
Yes.
that appointee?
Sorry. Yes, that was you actually.
Yeah.
Must be the John thing. Can you please let me know, so all 3 of these, I don't want to call them out publicly, but there have been attendance issues just in general with our at-large appointees?
So what I will say is that one of them, AJ Singleton, did not indicate that they wish to be reappointed. So we have never heard back from that individual.
Okay.
The individual that we mentioned a minute ago has attendance issues.
Okay.
And then Anthony Padilla is doing okay.
Okay.
But
So we have 3 spots to fill.
no, because we switched, we moved
Oh,
to
I'm
7, so we only have 2 at-large appointments now.
I should know that. I apologize.
There's too many things.
It's
Too many
not.
of the things.
Great. Thank you. I'm ready to move forward.
Okay.
I'm wondering, I'm suspecting that all the council members haven't had a chance to meet with all of these applicants. I'm wondering if we could ask one of our staff members to talk to them and give us some feedback, if that is a possibility, if we're not prepared to vote tonight.
Is that helpful for you, or are you prepared? That'd be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
I do know Shane Nash. I would be prepared to vote for him at this moment, so we only have 1. I'm okay with whatever the majority wants, but I know we've been kind of just waiting for a while on this one. But if not, I'm totally fine with whatever they want. I'd rather wait for all of them. Okay.
Yeah, and what I can share is thankfully we haven't had any quorum issues with the Transgender Advisory Board. The new appointees have been very engaged, and so that's been very helpful. And so we will, between now and the next meeting, I will work with staff to get some additional information for you on the applicants. So we will table the Transgender Advisory Board appointment.
Are you asking for meetings, Vice Mayor?
Not necessarily
Okay.
meetings with us, but at least have our staff
Liaison.
representatives, our liaison, meet with them and maybe provide us with some feedback.
Wonderful. Okay,
Yeah.
great. I was like,
Thank you.
Actually, I'm okay with like a quick, brief phone call just to meet with anybody that wants to talk to me.
Yeah.
Okay, I
On
will
the
offer
phone,
that.
not in person, on the phone.
Okay, I will offer that. Thank you so much,
Thank
Council.
you. Okay, we did our best. We'll move to item F1 under new business.
All right, good evening,
Good
Mayor,
evening.
Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is Allison Bartle. I'm the Project Development Administrator. I'm joined by Brian League. He's the Property Manager for our division. The item before you is a resolution to purchase real property at 7710 Santa Monica Boulevard. We have a short presentation. We can take questions. It's your game.
I think we can just jump into questions.
All right, great.
Thank you. Yeah, go for it, Councilmember Meister.
Thank you. So the staff report says that the property is zoned WDC2A and adjacent to a city-owned parking lot located in the southwest corner of Santa Monica Boulevard and North Spalding Avenue, and that the future use of the property is to be determined, but the acquisition provides an opportunity to consolidate the property for a larger development site. But it isn't, the property actually is not adjacent to the parking lot. There is a property in between.
Correct.
So what is the plan?
We've been discussing an acquisition on both properties, and we have this one ready to bring forward for a recommendation, and we're working on the other one. And staff didn't want to slow down this acquisition, and
Okay.
we thought it might even provide more incentive for the other property owner to continue to talk to us.
And what happens if we can't get that property in the middle?
That's a discussion we need to have later, but we're hoping and believe we can acquire that.
Okay, I'm concerned about the businesses that are affected by these purchases.
Yeah.
And the fact that that middle business had probably no idea, what was going on. Maybe they did, maybe the property owner told them, maybe not. But I think it sort of puts our small businesses in kind of a not so hot position. And I'm just concerned also that the staff report says adjacent to a city-owned parking lot when it's not adjacent. It's not. I mean, or you just have to look at attachment C. And so that concerns me.
Understood. We have been working with the property owner, and the current tenant would be allowed to be in there until January of 2027. So that's 15 months from now, and it could be longer if the city doesn't have a project for the site. I mean, it's not our intent to purchase the property and evict the tenant until we have a use for the property. We wouldn't do that. And
then my other question is, it also says in the staff report that there's no plan for the property, and yet I've had two people contact me saying, I've heard that this is where the new fire station is going to go. So I guess the question is that the plan? And if it is, then why aren't we being transparent in the staff report?
We don't have direction from the council to move forward with that plan. So, I mean, we're not moving forward with that plan until we discuss it with this body. Everyone's aware of that, but it's something I can't talk about to the property owner, that we're going to buy your property to build a fire station.
No. I'm not saying you're talking to the property owner. I'm saying that in the report it says that we're going to be going to the community to ask them what they want there. And yet it seems like there's already a possible plan. And I'm not saying whether it's good or bad.
Okay.
I'm just saying it's in the report that the community is going to be, engaged in what the use will be. And I just want us to be transparent, that's all.
Just also for CEQA purposes, we can't designate, we can't at this point in time, designate a specific use prior to, CEQA review. And so, trying to avoid future litigation, at this point in time, we do not have a defined use, and a defined use is not part of the purchase.
Thank you. I see that we have a public commenter on this item, and then Councilmember Erickson, did you have a comment or a question that we could wait till after?
Well, I just have comments for the question for the city attorney. We don't want to get into specific discussion of what we would or would not want to do to weaken the city's position in any way that we would do in closed session, correct? I'm just a little worried about some of the narratives that are being said here.
I think staff answered the questions appropriately. I think there isn't currently a plan. When there is time to discuss a plan for the property, it will come back before the commission, and staff is talking about the middle parcel, but this is what's before the council tonight, is whether or not the council wants to purchase this property.
That's great.
Thank you. I'll have comments after that. But.
Terrific. I see that we have Victor Olmoshenko signed up to speak. Would you like to join us and provide a comment? Thank you.
Victor Olmoshenko. On April 21st, I came into closed session with you when I realized that you were considering purchasing 7710 and 7712. I recommended a purchase price, and it seems like the purchase price is pretty good for the 7710. But I am concerned, and as Councilmember Meister mentioned, that the property 7710 isn't adjacent, and the report says that the whole thing is we have to see how we're going to consolidate the property for a larger development site. So at that closed session, the council was also considering purchasing 7712 Santa Monica, which houses the Mechta Deli, which I shop at, which I frequent at, and I am curious about what ultimately will happen. It sounds like there's negotiations going on, but I hope that we get a fair purchase price on that, if that's what's to happen. But what I heard today is tantalizing information that we gleaned from our new representative, Laura Friedman, as I was looking at the chart on the screen. Apparently, there's something in the works where maybe we will be able to get money for a new Los Angeles County Fire Department to replace Fire Department Station number 8, which is right across the street from 7710 and 7712 Santa Monica Boulevard. So if that's in the works, that sounds interesting. But when I sent this information out to the community, I got a couple of responses, and one person said, well, then if there is going to be a new fire station across the street at 7710 and 7712, whether we're able to purchase 7712 and cobble together 3 parcels, what'll happen to the old fire station, which is a very distinctive mid-century architectural design? It's been written up in books. It's been honored by the Los Angeles Conservancy. So if something happens in the future, let's be creative. Let's seismically retrofit the old fire station, if that ever happens, and make it into housing units. As Council Member Erickson said, it's costing a lot of money to build affordable housing, like $750,000 for one unit.
Victor, thank you. Victor, thank you so much for your comment. We appreciate you.
More transparency in staff reports. Thank you, Mayor, for indulging.
Councilmember Erickson, did you want to come back and comment?
Yes, thank you so much. Well, first of all, adjacent means close to or near something. So the staff report is not wrong. That's according to Merriam's Dictionary or vocabulary.com. So it is close to a parking lot. Period. End of story. So let's just make sure we say that. The community will be involved because, as you've said, thankfully for quoting CEQA, nothing has been decided yet. We could do anything we want there, but this is a gift that the city is looking at buying these properties and puts us in a very good negotiating standpoint for an individual owner who's just being a little bit more difficult. And we'll talk more about that, I'm sure, in another time. But other cities do not have what could be happening in the city right now. We have a lot of property. We bought one piece earlier, a lease to own, and this is significant for how the city moves on. Would love to figure out what happens with an older fire station. It is seismically not retrofitted, and that costs a lot of money. And then the issue of whose job is that? Is that LA County, or is that the city in which they serve? Lots of questions. So I just want the public to be aware that people can have differing opinions. The staff report is correct, and just need to correct that record right there. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues? No? We have a motion and a second on the table. Oh, we have a quick question.
No, just a quick comment, and that is that it is my prerogative to ask questions of staff, and it doesn't mean that I'm necessarily opposed to the purchase. It means that I felt that the staff report was not transparent. That's all. That's all.
No one is
Thank you.
saying that.
Thank
But you
you.
cannot accuse staff of misleading the public when a word itself is defined accordingly.
I'm
like
not-
that.
I'm
Yes,
not-
you were. I'm sorry, but you were. But that's
I'm
my
saying
opinion.
that it wasn't transparent. Obviously, it wasn't just me. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second on the table and a vote. Thank you. I appreciate the work you're doing to acquire this property. Thank you so much. 5-0, the item passes. We're on to our final item on the agenda tonight. And I believe this was held back from consent for some comments. And Vice Mayor, you were going to hold it in the long run too, so maybe you want to take this item.
Yeah, this was to update our flag policy. This is something that I think Rick Watt brought to our attention, that the flags that we currently fly in the median are not up to date in terms of their representation of the diversity of the LGBTQ plus community. The recommendation in the report is for the progress flag without the intersex circle on it. And I would recommend that we modify it based on the comments and on the other item that we approved tonight, so that the flag that we would be flying would be the flag that does include intersex.
Councilmember Meister, you had comments?
Yeah, no, I'm all for that. My only suggestion would be that since we do have two flags in the medians, that we keep one of them as the historic flag, as a nod to the history of this city, and have also the new flag. Because I believe there are two in the medians that are both the LGBTQ plus flag.
Yeah, I think the flags that I would recommend replacing are the ones that are the ones with the lambda symbols. Those seem to be sort of passé at this point. So it's up to the council if we want to include one of the historic rainbow flags, and then the other flags would be the more inclusive ones with the intersex circle.
Is it 2 or 3?
I thought Andy is somewhere. If she is here,
She's
she has
hiding
the
behind the
exact.
air
There's a
vent.
city flag.
There's
and
the
then
city flag,
There's two
and then-
flags that fly next to it.
And don't we take one up and down during specific weeks and
David
months?
is the expert. I'll let
Well,
him
I think Helen's the expert.
Okay.
Come down
on all things.
She
Oh, and here's Andy.
Good evening. The Lambda flags, we have one Lambda flag that flies on each post along Santa Monica next to the Progress flag. And then that's the only place in the city that we fly the Lambda flag.
Okay. So those two we would replace with the inclusive intersex Progress flag.
So if that was what the council directed, yes, then we would in turn replace both of those.
And then there's one other rainbow flag on the boulevard.
I'm trying to remember exactly. I know there's the Progress flag at Santa Monica and Crescent Heights.
Okay.
So that's the other location where we have a Progress flag. So if the goal was to replace all Progress flags with the intersex symbol on them, then that would be another location where we have a Progress flag.
I think that's probably the best thing for us to do. I mean, we could keep one of the historic rainbow flags, but
The rainbow flag, and I believe the rainbow flag flies on City Hall in the month of June. just the regular rainbow flag, not the Lambda. Flies on the City Hall in the month of June, I know that.
But in the median, what's in the median?
In the medians on Santa Monica is a progress flag and a Lambda flag. That's all there is in the medians on Santa Monica.
So Vice Mayor, it sounds like you want to replace the Lambda one with this one with the intersex flag on it?
I would replace both of them.
Okay, I agree with that.
In past, we used to have 2 Lambda flags, and then we went to 1 progress and 1 Lambda, so now the goal would be to replace them both with, now go back to having 2 of the same,
Yeah.
which would be the intersex.
My suggestion would be to do the historic flag and the new flag, the flag that you're suggesting, in the medians. And wherever else you want to put the new flag, that's fine with me.
But I don't think the Lambda flag is really a historic flag. It's not, as I said, it's passé, and I don't think it's something that most people, if they're out waving their rainbow flag, it isn't a Lambda one.
You know,
Yeah.
not the hill I care to die on.
Yeah.
There are so many others.
All right, I'll make a motion that we replace the 2 flags with, no, I'm sorry.
And I
Danny.
think the city attorney has.
I think we're going to read those changes into the record if it's just the progress flags that you're talking about.
Correct.
No other changes. Okay.
We do have a quick question.
Okay.
Councilmember Hain.
Not that I'm agreeing with this, I'm just curious if we're gonna, like, what kind of work would take to put an extra pole in the median? So that way we have all the flags.
That would take some time. I mean, putting a pole in it, we would need to get it engineered, and it would take a little bit of time to do.
And the idea of all the flags for the queer community is, I think, the bigger issue. There's so many flags.
I think stick with.
But we could cycle, I mean, not that I'm agreeing with this, but we
And
can,
we do.
because I don't think there's a flag for the state of California. Do we have one?
Oh, on City Hall.
Yeah, okay.
And
Got it.
behind City Hall. And then also, we do periodically change the flags out on Santa Monica and the medians for special events like Lesbian Visibility Week and transgender. So we do change one of the flags out for different events when council directs it through a staff report.
Thank you, and I'm in support of the Vice Mayor's item.
Okay. Would you like to read that motion to the record?
Oh,
where'd you go? There she is.
So in section 3.3 of the resolution, there's 2 places where it talks about the progress flag, and we would just change that language to say progress flag with the intersex symbol in both those locations. Okay.
And I'll make that motion.
Oh, she beat me to it.
Lauren Langer. For clarification, was that 3C?
And 3A.
And 3A,
Yeah.
okay. So the 2 progress flags with intersex symbol, is that correct? Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. Just want to make sure I got it. We have a motion and a second. And the item passes 5-0.
Hooray. And that brings us to the end of our agenda. Thank you all for the discussion tonight. We don't have anybody signed up for excluded consents.
Excluded consent items, we do have Victor Omolchenko for the final public comment period.
Okay. Victor, you are welcome to join us for your final public comment.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for indulging me. I'm sorry I got very excited, but if I could just thank you for those extra 30 seconds. I do think that we have to look at the possibility of, in the future, Victor Omolchenko, West Hollywood, of looking at already existing structures and maybe seizing opportunities where we could buy existing structures already and turning them into housing. And maybe that might happen or might not with whatever happens with the fire station. That said, I did want to share with you a tangible tantalizing meeting that I attended at Fairfax High School. I received this flyer for a community meeting the night before July 15th, and I bicycled over to Fairfax High School, where I saw a couple of people there, and it was, we were trying to get into the meeting and we couldn't, and I was so happy that I was on my bicycle because I was able to circle the block and finally get in. And the meeting was in this place, and they were discussing the Los Angeles Unified School District looking at developing workforce housing as well as other affordable housing for its employees at the 1.4 acre lot of the LAUSD land that's owned between Fairfax and Haworth. And it's where there used to be schools and their trailers. So that's coming forward. The process, I must admit, I got a little bit excited. There were only 4 people there, and I was the only one that actually got in because I bicycled around there. And then I did get into the room where the people from Gensler Architects, from LAUSD, there were all these staff members, and there was me alone. And so I did yell out, and I said, "Go and open the doors on Melrose and let the folks in." Some folks had been waiting there, they already left, but others came in. So there'll be more information coming out about this potential LAUSD new workforce development project on that huge chunk of California land on Fairfax, just below our historic Fairfax clock block. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to council member comments and meeting attendance. And I don't think I did it earlier, but thanks to all the public commenters who came out to speak tonight. I know there's many of them, and I appreciate them all. Who would like to begin on comments or meeting attendance reports? Start at this end. Councilmember Hang.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to also start off by thanking the many public commenters who came out to provide commentary tonight. We really appreciate the time that you spend here to provide information and your thoughts to the council. I know it's been a very hard couple of weeks with the unfortunate passing of Blake, and the community is still mourning for Blake. So thank you for all coming out to provide commentary and for your support of Blake and for safety. And as far as meetings and attendance, I attended the Plummer Park Community Brainstorm Workshop, the WeHo Chamber of Commerce's Bubbles and Business at Beaches Tropicana. I held my quarterly meeting with all of my appointees, my commissioners and advisory board members. I presented a cert recognizing the 3rd anniversary of Switch, West Hollywood's only AAPI queer-centered nightlife event. I attended the outdoor dancing in Plummer Park's Just Dance Away, where I had a great time dancing with a lot of our older adults and kids in the community. It was a blast. I attended the AAPI Lead National Summit. I attended day 2 and day 3 of Art in Odd Places in West Hollywood. That was the most fun I've had in a long time, seeing somebody push a huge yarn of ball up and down the stairs at West Hollywood Park. That was amazing. I attended the ribbon cutting for the new Shroomforia psychedelic art exhibit at the Jarrow and Goodman Art Gallery in West Hollywood. And I attended the Power and Pride hosted by the LGBTQ caucus, led by our mayor and vice chair of the caucus, Chelsea Byers, and Lacleo, at our very own gym bar in West Hollywood. And I attended the Summer Sounds featuring Boyo Ponga and DJ Jeremy Soul at Plummer Park. And yeah, I actually want to thank our mayor for running this meeting tonight. It was kind of a double header since we only had one meeting last month. And you know, we have 5 very different personalities up here, and it's a very hard job to run this. So I want to give kudos to our mayor for that. And I appreciate all of my colleagues, and I look forward to learning so much more from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson. Sure. Councilmember Meister, down here.
Thank you. So I attended Art in Odd Places in WeHo Park. Also went to the Plummer Park Community Workshop to see how that was going, and There are more meetings coming up. Your Park, Your Voice. In case you missed it, the City of West Hollywood is inviting members of the community to participate in discussions to envision the future of Plummer Park next Saturday, August 9th at 9 a.m. The topic will be culture and history. Next Saturday, August 9th, also at 1 p.m., the topic will be nature and open space. And speaking of history, Wednesday, August 13th from 5:30 to 7:30, please join us for the 2025 Historic Preservation Celebration of the Whiskey A Go-Go and the Strip After Dark. And then, of course, the Fountain Avenue Streetscape Project Community Meeting is Tuesday, August 19th at 6 p.m. at Plummer Park Community Center, rooms 5 and 6. I do want to mention that I'm a little disappointed that Universal Design Standard is on the back burner. One of the reasons for that item was to help us achieve aging in place, so that as people age, they don't have to move out of their units. They would be able to stay in their units. And I also would like to make a request of our acting director to maybe do an informational item for their commissioners on the difference between a streetscape project and a bike lane project, and maybe show some examples of various streetscape projects that have been done across the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Heilman. Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Erickson.
Sorry, I thought I left my notes at home. Apologies, and they were right here. First, I just want to thank my colleagues for moving several items forward, including the item around Intersection Awareness Day, as well as the award that will go to the Women's Advisory Board for longtime Chamber of Commerce CEO Genevieve Morrill. And as well as, I'm glad we are co-sponsoring the Circa event again as well. So thank you to my other colleagues on sponsoring that. Additionally, I attended several meetings with Sheriff Luna and contract cities regarding immigration enforcement. I had my Saturday in Plummer Park event, the Lake Leo Cal Cities event, the Summer Sounds event. Thank you to Joy, as well as art staff for indulging me as I told the band to do one more, and they were already halfway gone, but they came back and did one more. I think, Laura, were you there? I don't remember, but they did, and it was great, and the community had a lot of fun. I also attended the Lake Leo Policy Committee meeting, as well as this last weekend's Plummer Park Comprehensive Improvement Plan. I agree, I just want to give kudos to staff and the outreach around Plummer Park. Everyone, I walk Winnie around that whole area, and everyone got a door hanger, and they were everywhere. So I just want to say really good job to the staff. They even found a way to get into my building, which is gated and locked. So kudos to you all on that as well. Safety first, of course, but everyone was aware. So I just want to thank you for that. One small critique is 9 a.m. on a Saturday is a little early. So I don't know if the attendance was as robust for recreational sports planning. And that's a big usage of the park. So however that gets readdressed, I just want to make sure that doesn't fall on the back burner, because when I first was elected, it was like pickleball versus tennis and all of the different uses of the park. And that seems to be a major aspect I would like us to stay focused on. Additionally, if we could get an update, I don't remember when our next capital improvements update is, but the Melrose Triangle, how is the Dirtapalooza going with filling that in? But I would love to know, because I've been getting some questions about it, but I just haven't seen much momentum. And I remember when the people came to us and said, we're going to see trucks for years and years, with dirt. And I haven't seen any trucks or been made aware of them. So if they're not filling in the large vicinity that needs to be done, I want to know why not. And I want to know what aspects the city has, because it's just get it done with already, because every day denied is just ridiculous. As well as, I believe it was Victor who mentioned the Palm Avenue older adults facility. I've been wondering to ask what's going on with that for quite some time, but I know that was a private development, but I don't know. I know that was one of Ed Levin's final projects. And so if we could find an update around that, or just an email to the council, that would be helpful. I also want to thank the mayor as well as the city council. When I was out the last meeting, I was on vacation with my partner and his family, but the mayor stood proud, as well as the rest of the council, in joining themselves with the lawsuit that the city of LA did, as well as other cities, which we became an official party to, which the Councilmember Meister and I found out during a meeting that she was leading from City Attorney Heidi Feldstein-Soto. And that was really great to see that we were doing and continuing to fight back for our immigrant communities here in West Hollywood. It is disgusting, and ICE out of LA, they're leaving, but this little man in the White House continues to try to bully our communities, and we just can't stand for it. So sue, baby, sue. And then lastly, I'm gonna save most of my comments for Fountain Avenue when the item comes back before us. I walk by Blake's Ghost Bike every day. I live right there. I've seen too many people get hit there. And I stop and I look at it every time. And, you know, I was away when it happened, and I want to thank not only our sheriff's department, but real community members who shared videos, license plate readers, all of that stuff, and they really found the individual, I believe, within 72 hours. I mean, it was pretty quick, but thank you, Fanny, and everyone at the Sheriff's Department for your quick actions. When I had service, I was completely out of service. I was in Alaska, so I didn't know until things were happening. But I want to thank the council for rallying to, you know, make sure people felt supported. You know, Fountain Avenue is an issue that we finally have to deal with. I believe the plans that are out there are exactly what people have been looking for and asking for. And as I tried to explain in my commentary earlier, or my questions, you cannot ticket your way out of this problem. It's never gonna work. Any person's gonna tell you that does not change behaviors, because the tens of thousands of cars that go through our city every day use it as a freeway. It is a freeway in the back of my neighborhood. I live right there, and even last night when I was taking Winnie out, way too late because the agenda was very long, because I was still reading it, there were cars going like 70 miles an hour, just ridiculous. And you can have one motorcycle cop out there and then another one will go. And this is not the issue. You need permanent structural infrastructure change. And if that means slowing people down, because guess what? We can say it's 35 miles an hour. No one goes 35 miles an hour. That is just a fool's errand. It is crazy. And what is ultimately crazy is the sheer fact that I think Fountain Avenue became a political firebrand than rather a structural one that the city needs to address. No more deaths on Fountain Avenue. And the fact that I even have to say that is disgusting, and it's shameful. This young man who lost his life, I just think about his potential every day I pass that bike, and it haunts me. It haunts all of us, no matter where you stand on Fountain. And I hope people who don't stand to improve Fountain in the way that it needs to happen question their conscience. Because this is one of those moments where, whether you like it or not, something needs to be done. And to community members who call for tranquility online and to soften the blow, like, where were you in October of 2024 when you were holding up signs that said, stop bike lanes on Fountain, and then you had to black out the language on there that said, stop Hang and Erickson? People paid for signs that said, stop Hang and Erickson, stop Fountain Avenue bike lanes, because they thought we were associated with something that we were just trying to improve our streets. That's shameful. And you tell other members of the public who have lost friends, oh, can you just be nicer online? No. We're tired of seeing people get killed on our streets. So question your own conscience when you say, why are people being mean online? Because they're sick and tired of losing their friends and their family members. And people that are even close to the Ackerman family should question themselves and their actions too, because they have been stopgaps to improvement as well. It is shameful. And I hope this council unanimously approves the Fountain Avenue streetscape plan, because it is the room for art, plants, beautification of a street that is a neighborhood street are before us. This is monumental change that the city can do. And I no longer want a freeway in my backyard. Period, end of story. So I will see you at the 19th at that meeting, and I hope people come with an attitude for change and not an attitude for opposition. It is no longer time to say no, it's a time to say yes, and how can we help? Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Heilman.
Thank you. I did not get to attend all of the great events that Councilmember Hang referenced because I've been out of the country for the last 2 weeks and just got back last night. So I look forward to attending the events coming up. And I also want to second what Councilmember Hang said about how you handled the disruption earlier. Thank you for running a good meeting tonight.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. My meeting attendance report, I attended the La Casa meeting, Los Angeles County Affordable Housing Solutions Agency, which is great. It's a funded agency now, and those first allocations are flowing to the cities and to the councils of government soon, so the work is getting more exciting there. I attended the Contract Cities call with Sheriff Luna regarding the ICE issues that continue across the county, the Metro Service Council meeting, and the Local Progress Conference in Chicago, as well as a number of the community meetings that have happened in this last month. I share the sentiments that it's been a very tough month in the city, starting with a month ago, the ICE raids that took place on July 4th, the tragic accident on Fountain Avenue that took place. And now the community's getting additional news that on the Center City area around Fairfax, there was a man found unresponsive, and he is passed. We don't know much about his story, but I saw that shared with me during the course of this meeting tonight. So I want to add that we just adjourn in the memory of this individual who we don't know anything about at this time. But it's been a very difficult month. And I know with that, tensions are high, emotions are really high. It is summer after all, and things do heat up. And I think we're feeling that in a lot of ways here in this city. I know it is going to be a very busy and productive fall now that we're back in our council meeting swing of things. And we'll have many community meetings and opportunities to be in discussion with each other to come. And I hope we all take seriously the opportunity to be kind to each other, to be in community with each other, and to really work hard for the future of this community, as I know we all care about it. So thank you all for a great meeting tonight, and we'll see you back here. This meeting's officially adjourned. We'll be back on August 18th here in Council Chambers, 6 p.m. See you then.
But there are many different animals that take up our time.
Winnie is very excited to take this big burden off of her shoulders, and she could not think of anyone more special than Shadrach, Mayor Byers' cat.
She is right by my side, making sure I am getting everything done. She is a real task manager, always patrolling through the house, checking in on things, and making sure that things are going as smooth as possible. That's really her style.
I wish Cat Mayor well.